conversations and set these rules as a family so that the kids have buy-in and they have their opinion heard about when and where they should be able to use devices or whatever they're negotiating at the time. But it really does take everyone to be bought in here, all stakeholders, which is why that you mentioned the Utah making amendments. Congress has another approach, POPA, the Parents Over Platforms Act, that recognizes app stores certainly have a role to play, but so do the apps and the websites themselves. And so it makes it a little more equal, a little more balanced in terms of who is responsible for safety. And on that note, age assurance, or in this case, age verification, that is not an online safety solution in and of itself. That is just to figure out how old a user is.
Right.
The real benefit comes from the apps, the websites, taking that information and providing an age-appropriate experience, a safer experience for the kids on that platform.
How easy is it to get around age verification and this demand that your parents approve it if you're in charge of the device?
Right. So, like you said, nothing is foolproof. Nothing is 100% accurate here, whether that's the verification system or the kids being able to circumvent it, or in this case, the teens. And this shows the difficulty of enforcing age-based social media bans or whole app store restrictions. We have our own original research actually coming out of Australia that tried their social media ban. It is in effect there. We found that 50% of under 16s were still accessing at least some of their social media accounts. So they were not fully kicked off. Yeah, 50%. And that's in line with other research as well. The Molly Rose Foundation out of the UK, they found 61% of 12 to 15-year-olds who had accounts before the ban still had access to at least one of their accounts after the ban. So, you know, it's hard. Teenagers are thoughtful in terms of circumventing these access restrictions. And that's why we're so supportive of legislation and approaches that go beyond just banning access or preventing access, but trying to actually implement safety by design and making features that are risky, reducing those and reducing kids' access to those.
Andrew Zach with the Family Online Safety Institute, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies
and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dawn Stensland here. There's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz. A feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration. Discover exceptional offers on a selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. The Welcome Home celebration happening now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. YazAutoGroup.com, PIAZZA. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Prosecutors Thursday playing a video of the roommate of suspected Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson. He told authorities Robinson confessed to the shooting. Donald Trump Jr. telling Fox's Jesse Waters Primetime that after this, hearing all conspiracy theories about Kirk's death can be laid to rest.
In court, we saw the facts laid out very eloquently. It took a long period of time to get it out there, but once you see it, you put the picture together. Let's just say this is, to me, again, way beyond a reasonable doubt.
Democrats in Maine have until July 27th to pick a new Senate candidate after Graham Plattner dropped out of the race Wednesday amid sex abuse allegations.
The Maine Democratic Party is preparing to choose a new nominee and has already announced plans for a nominating convention with former Maine Senate President Troy Jackson and several other Democrats weighing bids.
America's listening to Fox News.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Bloomberg Market Minute brought to you by Monastra Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Thinking about buying a diamond ring for your sweetheart? Prices could be heading lower. Industry giant De Beers is said to have made some of the deepest price cuts ever to the diamonds it sells. It's a far cry from the company's famous pitch.
The diamond engagement ring. How else could 2 months' salary last forever? A diamond is forever. De Beers.
Now that 2 months' salary might stretch a little further, and price cuts could mean deals for diamond shoppers. The $80 billion industry has been under severe strain. The move from the world's biggest diamond miner comes as luxury spending slows, and lab-grown diamonds continue to rise in popularity. Tariffs in the U.S. and the Middle East conflict have added even more pain for the industry. De Beers produced fewer than 22 million carats last year. That's down from almost 35 million carats 4 years ago. go. The exact scale of the price cuts from De Beers is not immediately clear. Courtney Tunahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-619-3377. That's 800-619-3377. 800-619-3377.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
80 million listeners depend on AM radio to always be on, delivering news, sports, talk, traffic, and weather reports you can trust. AM radio also delivers vital emergency information when you need it most. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in cars.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
MLB All-Star Week is taking over Philly, and you can get in on the fun at Capital One All-Star Village. Test your skills, grab Philly bites, and meet legends. July 11th to the 14th at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. Get tickets at allstargame.com. MLB trademarks used with permission.
The Stars will be out at CBP on Monday, July 20th at 7:10, and Tuesday, July 21st, and Wednesday, July 22nd, both at 6:40, when the Phils take on the Dodgers. Grab tickets today at phillies.com.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Friday, July 10th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Don Stensland with the news. Sean Farish in again this morning for Greg Stocker, Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers. And Jimmy Kelly, let's roll out a brand new Friday intro, courtesy of Newman Price.
Wake up, the coffee's on, the news is breaking fast. Kayal and Company on 1210, time to have a blast. They start at 6 a.m. and soon you will agree. The only place in the morning is right here on WPHT. You've got the big take, you've got news with Dawn. And today is a special day because there's also Sean. Hey, it's Kayal and Co. Everybody celebrates. Turn the volume up loud because the morning show is great. So tune the dial to the station at the break of dawn. You've got Nick, Don, Jimmy, and Phil, but today there's also Sean. It's Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I love it.
How about that? Shades of Sinatra, Sammy Davis, Dean Martin, little Rat Pack vibe?
Yeah.
I sang that song by myself. I wrote it by myself. I sang it by myself. We call it silky smooth vocals, right? Silky smooth.
We love it. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Well, we're doing well. It was a little bit of a late night last night here in Tennessee. We had an event with the great Andy Ogles and Steve Scalise, so that was a good time last night.
Steve Scalise isn't hanging out with random people too often, man. That's nice company to be in.
He was up here campaigning for Andy Ogles. Obviously, he's got a primary coming up August 6th. Redistricting occurred here in Tennessee, and Congressman Ogles is one of the good ones. So
very cool.
Anytime their campaign and their staff reaches out, we're always there. We love them.
I love that. Nice work. By the way,
Yes.
Sean Farish, who's in for Greg Stocker, dare I say a 603 crazy story?
Oh, okay. So a friend of mine, he's usually in the YouTube chat. I'm not sure if he's here yet, but I'm sure he'll get here. Speak Truth DBS is his name. He's a good friend of ours, another Tennessee resident. out there, and he sent me this yesterday and says, you got to see this story. So I read this story, and I said, oh, my goodness, we got to take this to 1210 WPHT. So this here, it happened on May 6th. May the 6th be with you. Revenge of the 6th, dare I say. Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Yep.
This is a story and a half. The Fort Wayne Fire Department investigated a fire at a detached garage. Around the same time, police were responding to a reported stabbing, according to a probable cause affidavit. The property owners of the garage said a neighbor woke them up to alert them to the fire. The owners noticed a family member, 36-year-old Christopher Peden, was missing. Meantime, Fort Wayne police encountered a stabbing victim who turned out to be Peden, according to documents. As he was being taken to a hospital, he claimed he'd been stabbed somewhere in downtown Fort Wayne. He also said he'd been threatened the day before. According to court documents, Peden later told investigators he was dishonest about the stabbing and wanted to be truthful. That is when he revealed the true cause of the fire. Peden said he went to the garage and harmed himself by cutting off his genitals with a kitchen knife.
What?
According to court documents. Oh, yeah. It gets better.
Wow.
He told investigators he then poured gasoline on said genitals, set it on fire on the floor of the garage, just inside the door,
Balls of
and
fire.
walked away until he encountered police. So, yes, this guy cut off his junk.
A self-imposed bobbit.
Oh, my goodness.
Puts a new meaning on great balls of fire.
That's great balls of fire, big, beautiful balls, right? Court documents indicate that the investigators collected evidence from the garage, including a red plastic gas container, 4 lighters, and a kitchen knife. He's charged with arson, a level 4 felony, and a hearing is scheduled for next week, according to court records. This is out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. So here's a guy, cut off his junk, lit him on fire, and burned down a garage.
I guess
How's that for a 603 insane story?
I guess you could put a new spin on the term Molotov cocktail?
Down. Yes. Yes.
My goodness.
I guess you could put a new definition of the term Molotov.
Gee, what is that? Is that a New York Post story? Where did you see that?
This is New York Post did pick it up, but this came from Fox 59 and CBS 4 Indiana.
Wow.
So yeah.
Oh my. Actually, you know what? Now that I'm looking, I thought that when I heard Fort Wayne, Dan Borowski actually, we'll play it for you later in the cut sheet this morning, coming up around 7:45. It's actually on the cut sheet with the newscast of it. That. Oh my God, what a story!
Could you believe this guy went in there, cut off his junk? Now he resembles Emmanuel Macron, and lit a garage on fire.
Oh my God.
What is wrong with? What drives you in the morning? You wake up and you're like, you know what I'm going to do today?
Yeah.
I'm going to chop off my, in someone's garage, pour gasoline on it and light it on fire. I read this like arson, man charged with arson. It's the headline of the story is Indiana man charged with arson, cut off genitals, set them on fire.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Oh my God.
There it is.
Yeah. America 2026. Don't be surprised by anything. All right. We have a ton to get to.
250 years.
Yep.
And, this is how we sell. Well, this actually happened before America 250. This happened on May 6th. But I guess all the court info and all that came out recently.
Okay.
Wow.
What a story. Cut sheets coming up, 7:45. We have Fight Club. We have Fight of the Week today. And also coming up at 7:50, we have Pete Cherokee from Chickies and Pete's, because today is National French Fry Day, with $1 crab fries, and all proceeds benefit Great Delaware Valley causes. The 13-year tradition continues today, and we will talk with Pete coming up. But let's talk with Dawn right now. Round number 1 of the news at 6:08, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Friday morning. Yes, July the 10th, sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Crews across our region cleaning up again after yet another round of storms last night. Heavy rain causing a lot of flooding, down trees, and those flash floods striking South Jersey Yes, unfortunately, again, stranding drivers and renewing concerns after the similar storm, of course, a worse storm, I will say, earlier this week caused widespread damage, and that happened on Monday. Crews removing debris from sewers to try to get those drains, clear so that the streets would drain, reduce the flooding as the storm moved through. But some of that video with people, up to their steering wheel, if you will, with the heavy rain and flash flooding. So I don't have reports of injuries, but kudos to, a lot of first responders, a lot of rescues, helping people to get out of their vehicles. And so, they're just reminding people again, with yet again, more storms. It looks like it won't be as bad as last night, certainly not as earlier this week, but saying if there's a street during these flash floods that is, showing water, please don't drive through it. Don't risk it.
It's amazing that all these years later, we still have to remind people, don't leave your dog in the car when it's hot. Don't leave a kid in the back seat when it's hot out. If you're doing something out during the hot weather, hydrate properly. Please don't drive through massive puddles.
It's gratuitous that we have to say it, right?
Really.
But it's hazy out.
It's
just hazy and thick, humid, muggy, and nearly 90 degrees. So I know the forecast.
Just keep saying it. Moist, damp, dank.
Pea soup.
Just keep using all these gross words.
Yeah.
Philly, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible.
So we have a man who, I'll stay in New Jersey for a moment, because this is a guy who admitted to killing a Cherry Hill, New Jersey veterinarian, sentenced yesterday to 30 years in prison. The victim's family confronting the killer directly. And this was the first time in court. So the family and loved ones of Dr. Michael Anthony, who was 45 years old, addressing the killer, now convicted and sentenced, addressing Christian Custodio Aquino in court before the judge handed down that 30-year sentence. So as far as the victim's son, Henry, telling Custodio Aquino that he hopes his time in prison drags on, and telling him that he's meaningless. He hopes he fades away as he realizes he's made no impact on this world. So the veterinarian, Dr. Anthony, was found stabbed to death in his front yard of his Cherry Hill home. That was December of 2024. And 2 months later, investigators did arrest the 27-year-old Custodio Aquino in California.
A male, possibly white.
Yeah, there was evidence linked to him, including DNA evidence found at the scene. And so in this one, the prosecutors had said during a hearing last year, we learned that Dr. Anthony had actually been dating Custodio Aquino's ex-boyfriend, which may have been the motive in this attack. So I don't have citizenship status of the now accused killer. I know there were comments online about that, but I don't have it officially. So I know you're going to ask it. So, But 30 years sentenced and a grieving family.
Wow. That's amazing. And how old was Custodio Aquino? Or
he's in his 20s. He's 27.
You get 30 years for butchering a veterinarian in his front lawn?
Yeah, he still gets out.
Yeah, at 57?
Oh,
wow. Does anybody ever go away for life anymore? Do we just get rid of that? Is that not a thing anymore?
Yeah, it used to be a life for a life.
Forget death penalty. Forget firing squad. Can we just get a life sentence? What do you got to do to go away forever? Yeah. Wow.
Well said. Praise for first responders, police, as well as firefighters, credited with their quick action. This after a school bus driver blew right through a red light, according to police, crashed into a car, T-boned a car. This happened in Wilmington, Delaware. 6 people in the hospital. That crash just after school type hours at the intersection of 8th and Washington Streets. And so Wilmington police say that a 29-year-old Newark man driving the school bus just disregarded that red traffic signal, colliding with the vehicle with a car. Police say 4 students on the bus, along with a 39-year-old woman who was, and her 8-year-old daughter, they were in the car. They were the ones T-boned. They were all taken to the hospital. And so they say the bus driver immediately issued several traffic summons, but they're not releasing the bus driver's identity.
Dare I say?
A male, possibly white.
Do we have citizenship status? Is this like
I don't know. It's unusual.
Is this a Haitian illegal driving a big rig?
Sir, I don't know.
That's
I mean,
the
it
theme
happened
this week.
at 2:30 in the afternoon yesterday.
Look, we
still don't have a mugshot.
I mean, it's one thing when a citizen in a truck goes past a school bus with a stop sign out. That's an excusable crime, right? Speaking from firsthand knowledge. But when the school bus doesn't make the appropriate stop, that's a big issue.
Yeah. You have a total of 5 kids. The witnesses saying the car that was T-boned, so a mom and her child were covered in blood and had to be, temporarily like trapped in that vehicle because it's a big school bus T-boning a small sedan.
Mm-hmm.
And so the witnesses, a lot of 911 calls. And like I say, they said that a police officer was first on the scene, acted very quickly. Then firefighters get in. All those first responders got the mom and the 8-year-old daughter, got them to the hospital. And thank God, it looks like their injuries are not life-threatening, but by all accounts, a terrifying situation. So they, as well as those children, the 4 kids on the bus, all recovering. Again, no life-threatening injuries, but I will I'll look at this. I do this every day. I look for these because every single day, usually it's Greg Stalker, right?
Yep.
Suspect description.
Yep.
And it is always odd when we don't have that.
I'm also curious the vetting process for bus drivers for schools. Are they officially school district employees?
No.
They're not?
No.
Okay.
Because a lot of times it's farmed out.
Right.
As well.
And they're not full-time either, right? Like they're...
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know, a part-time independent contractor or whatever, however they decide to do it. We've had a lot of these stories with bus drivers. Remember the one where she had an alcohol problem and she was driving the bus with like a 5th of vodka? It's unbelievable.
Jeez.
It is.
Well, I got along very well with the Magic School Bus. Think about it. I did very well. Miss Frizzle, right? Tremendous person.
I went
and
to
she
school
said, "Okay,
on a
bus."
school bus.
She said, "Okay, bus, do your stuff." And that bus would do whatever the hell you wanted to do, magic, right? We call it the MAGA school bus, by the way. Tremendous thing.
I love electric school buses.
So we do have this recent federal court decision, which lets tens of millions of Americans receive a tax refund or maybe abatement of penalties that were accrued. So heads up, if this is you want to check. During the first few years of the COVID-19 pandemic, and this from the IRS. So the deadline, just a heads up, the deadline is today. That's July 10th. This, obviously you can apply for the refund or this abatement, which would be a reduction or maybe an elimination of a fee that you were told you had to pay. And so for people filing these claims last minute, you can submit this there. If you go online through the IRS website, you can just get it postmarked by today or do it obviously online. But it's during the COVID-19 federal disaster period that was from January 20th of 2020 to July 10th of 2023. The government had eased up on a lot of tax rules and paused many deadlines, but people still ended up paying fees for the filing late and then interest to the government, to the IRS, or maybe penalties for not making their estimated payments, or they were told that they owed money. So at this point, they're saying that there was a court, this went to court. The court said, no. That period, you are deserving of the refund, the abatement, and you should not have been, fined during that time.
Uncle Sam's giving us a little back. Okay.
So you want to check.
Yeah.
If it was a 3-year period. Can you believe I'm talking about COVID? I can't believe it, but
hard to believe they ever continued the COVID pandemic labeling until the summer of 2023. God. Most people with a functional brain were back to living their life 2 years earlier.
Yeah, it's true. Depending on what state you were living in.
Correct. Yeah.
The Ben Franklin.
I did my best in New York, by the way.
Oh, that was
not even.
When did that trigger you moving to Tennessee? Right.
Well,
the pandemic.
Somewhat. I mean, that was what triggered everything to get started in terms of all the grassroots political activism and everything. We got together to protest Cuomo and support Trump in 2020. But the vaccines, the masks, the ridiculous contact tracing when you would fly in. They would put your name on this. I said, I'm not putting my name on this page. What are you, nuts? Oh, you have to. I said, I have to? Why don't you catch me? I'm going to run around the airport, make you like a fool.
Catch me if
and then
you
the rest of the plane is going to get off, and you're not going to get anybody's names. Okay, it was.
And
great.
when did you officially leave? When did you officially leave New York for Tennessee? What do you remember the date roughly?
2023.
2023.
Yeah, January of 23.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he's out of there, but your parents are still there, so we love your parents.
They're great. They're doing well.
They are.
What a horrible state.
And they have no interest. Ugh. They have no interest in because they're like-minded, just like you. They have no interest of leaving for a red state.
I mean, I don't know in the near term, but I mean, maybe the long time. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. The winters are getting a little wild up there. They're not exactly thrilled about. Like last winter, you know how much snow the Northeast got.
That's true.
Yeah, it
was just one after another, after another, after another.
Yep.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, just anybody stuck in New York State right now dealing with the bucktooth Botox bandit of Buffalo, Kathy Hochul, the Wicked Witch of the Northeast, flies to work on a broomstick. I feel for you. I feel for you up there. I really do.
So I got a story about the Ben Franklin Bridge, which obviously connects Philadelphia.
With him.
Yes. Oh, Ben.
We'll be riding across it in 2 weeks.
It's hard to believe. 16 days, right?
I know.
And it'll be closed tomorrow, marking the Ben's 100th birthday. So Delaware River Port Authority, City of Philadelphia, planning this big celebration for the 100th birthday anniversary. So just a heads up that tomorrow morning, the bridge will close to car traffic and vehicle traffic for this free event, because they're going to walk the bridge, enjoy food trucks, live music, family-friendly activities. So heads up that much like the Bend does close for Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation Bend to the Shore event, closes early in the morning, right on the Sunday the 26th. Hope you join us.
Yes. How about that?
I know. It's hard to believe. 16 days. Are you ready?
No, I'm not. But 2 buckets of crab fries later this morning should get me in tip-top shape. That'll always help.
Yeah.
That'll trim a few hours off my time.
So good.
Whatever that is you're drinking right there, that huge container of...
What is that? Ice?
Just black iced coffee.
That's black. There's nothing in there?
No. I don't do cream. I don't do sugar. No, just straight coffee over ice.
I'm looking at that skeptical. I'm just asking questions right now.
No liquefied candy bars masquerading around as coffee like the kids drink.
Okay.
I'll take a double caramel macchiato latte espresso whippo with cold foam. Would you like coffee with that, sir? Jesus.
So we are sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Better banking, starting with Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Enjoy early pay, free fraud and credit monitoring. Take control of your finances. Smarter banking designed for real life. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Visit fmfcu.org/betterbanking. Membership eligibility applies. Federally insured by NCUA. Thank you. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Philadelphia getting ready for the big All-Star event coming up next Tuesday. And things kicking off, I know, this morning across Philadelphia and at the PA Convention Center. It's a party that brings us to sports and Phil Almquist.
Thank you, Don. We will start today in baseball, where the Phils finished off their 3-game series with the Reds. Jesus Luzardo went 7 innings, giving up just 2 hits and striking out 11 as the Phils won 1-0. Duran did get his 23rd save.
That's undeserving All-Star Jesus Luzardo.
Yes, I was going to say. Zach Wheeler still should be in instead of Jesus.
Exactly right.
They do start, like I said, that weekend series with Detroit tonight. Also, tomorrow, the All-Star Village opens up at the PA Convention Center. Here's Robert Field, Senior Manager of Global Events at Major League Baseball, talking about it yesterday.
5 neighborhoods in which you'll see upstairs, one being Center City, the other being Fishtown, Old City, Fairmont, and South Philly. Each city will have a different vibe to it, different activities. So in Old City is our historical components. Center City is kind of like our town hall, town square, where we'll have an entertainment stage. We have a diamond. South Philly, where Citizens Bank Park is a lot of play areas. So I think as you navigate the space, you'll certainly see that there really is something for everyone. We want everyone to experience everything that All-Star Week provides. But the key is to really enhance the experience is what we have the Experience Pass. The Experience Pass allows you to sign up for autograph sessions. There's a virtual scavenger hunt that allows you to scan badges and win prizes. So prizes ranges from keychains all the way up to potentially winning All-Star game tickets. So there's really an opportunity for fans to take advantage of that, and you certainly need to use that to participate in activities. So if you want to swing a bat, you got to make sure you're using the Experience Pass. That's also counts as a waiver. Fans who go to Phillies games should have the ballpark app already. So you got to select Phillies as your hometown team, and then you'll see the Experience Pass toggle inside the ballpark app. So it's one-stop shop. You got your ticket in there, you got the Experience Pass all in the ballpark app. Once you come inside, you'll be able to enjoy all the festivities.
The place is going to be rocking for the home run derby and then the game itself Tuesday night.
There's no question.
Ticket prices. Have you seen ticket prices? They're astronomical.
They're astronomical.
They start in the four figures.
That doesn't surprise me.
You're not getting in for less than $1,000 a pop.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He was just talking about actually runs through Tuesday.
Yeah.
In basketball, teams interested in signing free agent LeBron James have begun reaching out via his agent with voice notes.
Voice notes.
The teams that have so far include the Cavs, Miami, Golden State, Minnesota, and, of course, the Sixers. Saquon Barkley was actually asked what he would tell LeBron about playing in Philly.
If LeBron called you, what would you tell him about playing in Philly?
That's a great question. I think it's one of the greatest sports towns in the world. I know Josh Hart said the opposite. I saw that today on Twitter, but I have to disagree with him. But, if you want to go out with a bang, I feel like a great spot would be in Philly and bring a championship to Philadelphia. You'll be remembered forever.
Kalshi has it around 10 or 11% that LeBron's going to pick Philadelphia.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think's more likely right now, LeBron to Philly or the Save America Act gets passed? They're both around 10, 11%.
They're both pretty bad right now.
To Philly. Because if LeBron to Philly has a 10% chance, that's more than the Save America Act.
That's true.
Probably.
Now, there is no official timetable on LeBron making a decision. I just have to wonder if he's going to choose another Boys and Girls Club like he did in 2010 in Greenwich, Connecticut, where he once actually had a high school reunion.
So LeBron actually made that stupid Miami decision where you graduated high school from?
The same town here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kind of weird.
Yeah.
And actually, that was the whole thing in 2010 when the Knicks were actually involved in that decision process.
Right.
That they were all thinking that he was going to go to the Knicks because Greenwich, Connecticut is closer to the closest NBA team was the Knicks, and he chose Miami that time.
Yeah, Knicks don't need him. Knicks don't need him.
No, they don't.
No, right now they don't. Absolutely not. But in 2010,
they could have used him.
They could have probably used him in
2010. The Knicks needed him. Yeah. Well, they got Amari Stoudemire, who was good for about 10 games, and that was
That's
it.
exactly right.
You know?
Moving on to hockey.
And they had fat Raymond Felton running the point. Yeah, he was fat.
I remember
Fastest
that.
point guard in history.
I know.
in
He
NBA.
got so fat after college. Remember that?
Yeah.
He was great at North Carolina.
He was great.
Yeah.
You look like Jigglypuff, right? You look at Jigglypuff. By the way, got along very well with Pokemon. I did very well.
Raymond Felton went on the Nick Kale diet with the Knicks.
That's exactly
Pikachu.
right.
I got along well with Pikachu. He said to me, Pika, 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 sir. Pikachu.
Pika, sir.
Moving on to
these
hockey.
Pokemon, they're so stupid, they only say their own names. I can't believe it.
Moving on to hockey, the Ducks actually matched Philly's offer for Leo Carlson. He will be returning to Anaheim. The 5-year, $90 million contract will make him the league's highest paid player.
Wow.
And lastly, today, the men's semifinals at Wimbledon actually take place, if you're into tennis. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Omquist.
Wimbledon, yeah.
Yep.
I like Wimbledon. I like the U.S. Open, too. What's that? That's in Flushing in New York?
Yes, the U.S. Open is.
Yeah. There you go.
All right.
Philly weather, it's 74 degrees.
Reclaiming my time. Point of order. Yesterday, just so you know, because the hottest team in baseball since May. Texas Rangers 7-6 over the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Los Angeles Anaheim Angels. Anaheim Los Angeles 7-6. Wyatt Langford, beautiful walk-off single yesterday.
Yeah.
And so the Texas Rangers are just rolling.
The only Major League Baseball team that does not acknowledge or celebrate Pride Night in June.
Damn right. And they haven't done it since 2003.
It's a good
the fans told them stop. So
yeah,
they did.
exactly.
That's it. Perfect.
They just get it done in Texas, man. Something about red states. It just makes sense. There you go. Philly weather, it's currently 74 degrees, a high of 87 today. Sunny skies. Your weekend looks beautiful. Saturday, sunny and 85. Sunday, sunny and 86. And we're setting up for another beautiful week. There's no rain in the forecast even next week, so it should be perfect for the All-Star game and the Home Run Derby on Monday and Tuesday at Citizens Bank Park. Philly weather brought to you by Crystal Cave Park. For a fun summer attraction, visit nearby Crystal Cave Park in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. Always a cool 54 degrees when you are amongst the stalactites and the stalagmites. Sean, which one's top and which one's bottom again?
The T.
Stalactites are at the top. Stalactites, T, top, stalagmites. Well, I don't know what the M and but stalactites, top. Stalagmites, well, I'll tell you what. Think about it. I have the biggest stalactite in the history of the world.
Yes.
They said to me, sir, look at the size of that stalactite. That's the biggest stalactite in the history of the world. And don't chop off your stalactite and light it on fire in someone's garage in Indiana.
Right. Or your
Don't do
stalagmites.
that.
Exactly.
But don't do that to your stalagmite either.
Exactly right. Visit crystalcavepa.com in nearby Kutztown, the coolest summer attraction. Fraud, fraud, fraud. It seems like there's fraud everywhere, so why would the education world be any different? Linda McMahon, J.D. Vance, and the Trump administration snuffing it out. That's the theme of the Big Take, and it's coming up next. Stay right there.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
Dancing provides measurable benefits for people with Parkinson's disease. A 3-year Canadian study finds weekly dance classes help individuals feel lighter, enhance mobility, and reduce stiffness and tremors. Participants did seated floor and bar exercises. It's a program of the Brooklyn-based Mark Morris Dance Group, offering free interactive Zoom classes and instructional videos. Go to danceforparkinsons.org. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This July, celebrate America's 250th birthday with a home improvement project from Kitchen Magic you'll enjoy for years to come. Now through July 11th, save $2,500 on your new kitchen or bath project. For more than 45 years, families throughout the region have trusted Kitchen Magic for beautiful kitchen and bath transformations, backed by exceptional craftsmanship and service. Plus, flexible financing options are available. Visit kitchenmagic.com today and save $2,500 during our America 250 celebration. Offer ends July 11th.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh yeah, Farish Friday. It is Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? 7:45. Pete Cherokee, Chickies and Pete's going to swing by about 7:50. We have Fight Club, and of course it's a Friday, so that means Fight of the Week. Coming up at 9:15 this morning. A ton of huge stories to get to. We have more details on the Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk hearing that's been going on this week, including the confession or confessions of Tyler Robinson, which will only take us a step further in proving that Candace Owens is a miserable scumbag who just pulls nonsense out of her keister. And also, racism is alive and well in the WNBA. In fact, it's gotten so bad with Caitlin Clark that Texas Republican congressmen and women are stepping in. Do we like that, or do we want our politicians to stay out of the sports universe? We'll get to that coming up shortly. But first, Jimmy Kelly, let's get to a Friday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. The Big Take. No entity or institution is immune to it. Fraud. That's right. And it includes education. You know, I think as parents, 100% of us will agree that we all want the best education possible for our children. I've never seen a parent say, I hope my kids end up with terrible teachers. And if you're being honest, I think most, if not all of us, would agree that fraud is everywhere. In fact, it's running rampant. And I give this administration a ton of credit for exposing it at every turn, from voting fraud to Social Security fraud, healthcare fraud, hospice fraud, daycare fraud, learning center fraud, and throw in education as well. Tip of the cap to the Trump administration for snuffing out more. And let's zero in on the education fraud front. According to Fox News, the Trump administration crackdown on fraud continues. A coalition of state financial officers say it uncovered roughly $225 million in alleged fraud across America's schools over the past 6 years. It's almost like COVID was created, well, for many things, but to enable fraud because we were all distracted with the virus. We're talking about alleged embezzlement, fake invoices, inflated enrollment numbers, bid rigging, and kickback schemes. Every dollar stolen is a dollar taken from a student's education and a taxpayer's pocket. The message is simple. If you steal from American families, the free ride is over. Accountability is back, and the days of treating taxpayer dollars like a personal ATM are coming to an end. A freaking men to that. Here are the details. In a new report obtained exclusively by Fox News, the State Financial Officers Foundation and OpenTheBooks.com analyzed every Education Department Office of Inspector General semi-annual report to Congress that was issued between October 2019 and March 31st of this year, 2026, revealing alleged fraud across 24 states and Puerto Rico. The findings come as the Trump administration prioritizes cracking down on government fraud, with Vice President J.D. Vance leading a nationwide war on fraud, raising fresh questions about oversight of federal education spending. About $67 million was ordered to be repaid through court rulings or settlements, though it's unclear how much has actually been recovered and how much is still out there that we don't even know about. And keep in mind, Linda McMahon is in charge of the Department of Education, and they are getting closer to closing and shutting down the fraudulent operation that is the Department of Education. Remember, it's a department created in 1979 by President Jimmy Carter that in 47 years has only spent more and more and more money as our children have gotten dumber and dumber. Speaking of Linda McMahon, here she was on Fox News yesterday giving more details. Listen and watch.
Just beginning now to really look into the fraud that you're referencing, the K through 12 schools. We've been focusing quite a bit of our fraud detection, if you will, in higher education, at the moment. And we have, through our student loan program, the FAFSA program, we have actually identified and prevented now over $2 billion in fraud. So I'm very pleased that we've been able to do that. And now we're looking more at the K through 12 issues that you were raising. And I can assure you that we will be following through with our departments to see where this money has been going. If fraudsters are just seemingly trying to pick the pocket of American taxpayers everywhere we turn. So as we're looking at schools, or we're looking at the programs that are going out we will be focusing on this fraud as well.
Fraudsters in education, woke left-wing activists like the Randy Weingardens and Becky Pringles of the world in education, leading up different teachers' unions. Enough is enough. It's bad enough that we have to fight state by state for school choice vouchers and programs that give parents the ability who have the means to educate their kids in their desired locales. Now we have this to boot. It's insanity. Sandra Smith of Fox News with more. Listen and watch.
Hanson's live on that out of Washington for us. Hello, Connor.
Hi, Sandra. That report laying out a staggering amount of fraud uncovered over the past 6 years, and it's all money that could have helped students and teachers. The State Financial Officers Foundation and Open the Books found about 90 cases of fraud in schools, adding up to about $225 million. So far, it estimates only about $67 million of it has been paid back.
So these are the things that we know about. This doesn't even include what we all can suspect, which is more fraud, more waste, and more abuse in the education system.
One of the biggest problems, so-called ghost students. Some schools have inflated their total number of students to get more funding. 2 online charter schools in Indiana received an extra $40 million. Their administrators were charged. The report also lays out cases of bid rigging, fake tutoring programs, and embezzlement.
Fraud isn't only bad because it takes from the pockets of teachers who are trying to use their own hard-earned money to do well. Fraud is bad because it destroys the quality of education in this country. It is a problem. It hurts future generations.
Vice President J.D. Vance making it clear this will also be a major election issue.
We have got a party that is fighting for fraud and a party that is fighting against fraud.
While state financial officers look out for potential school fraud, they say anybody out there can send a tip to their state officials if they see something that doesn't quite add up. Sandra?
Connor, thank you.
Unbelievable. Kids 2 years behind in reading, kids a year and a half behind in math. It's completely unacceptable. But it does get worse. And I'm actually going to give Laura Loomer credit for this report. And admittedly, I think she's like the female Alex Jones of the world, a kook who's about right 1 out of every 5 times that she throws nonsense at the wall. And sometimes it does stick. And she did so in Arkansas. Laura Loomer reporting that Arkansas Democrat Senate candidate Hallie Schaffner celebrated May Day while embracing policy that makes it easier for Arkansas educators to strike when it comes to children's education. Arkansas Democrat U.S. Senate candidate Hallie Schaffner has embraced the same pro-union radical education policies as her political idols, which include Kamala Harris, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Liz Warren, and of course, Randy Weingarten. Laura Loomer took video in Little Rock, Arkansas back on May 2nd showing Hallie Schaffner celebrating the communist holiday known as May Day or International Workers' Day, which is normally celebrated on May 1st. The event was organized with the help of leftist organizations like the Arkansas Education Association. Listen and watch this.
Office, I'm going to sign on to the PRO Act and I'm going to whip votes for it. I am going to protect our teachers and our education support professionals' right to organize on their own behalf. But you know what? When our teachers organize for themselves, they also organize for our students. They are their strongest advocates, not just for their kids, but for their local school districts. And I will fight for their right to organize, your right to organize. My name is Hallie Schaffner, and I am asking for your vote and your support on November the 3rd, and that we all believe in Arkansas.
But have no fear, Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders is here in conjunction with Linda McMahon, the U.S. Secretary of Education, announcing Tuesday that the United States Department of Education is granting Arkansas a, quote, returning education to the states waiver. 4 other states that have been approved for the waiver were Vermont, Indiana, Iowa, and Louisiana. McMahon said, quote, with this waiver, Arkansas can take greater control of its federal education dollars. According to Linda McMahon, this means the state can merge 4 separate funding streams into one, which will consolidate over $8.8 million for the next 4 years. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders said one aspect of the waiver is going to change the way 7th and 8th grade students are assessed at the end of the year. Quote, an 8th grader taking 9th grade math should be taking the 9th grade assessment, not the 8th grade one. and the 9th grade one. The waiver will help us accelerate students beyond grade level and reduce their workload so students can get back to what's important, and that is learning. As a father, myself, with girls entering 7th grade, I say amen to that. But then we have this out of ABC 7 in Chicago. A new lawsuit alleges that the U.S. Department of Education may not be discharging certain federal student loans as previously promised. The lawsuit, filed by the Project on Predatory Student Learning, seeks data showing which loans have actually received discharges. Remember, during the Biden administration, the Education Department committed to canceling billions of dollars in student loan debt for approximately 1.5 million borrowers who attended schools that the government said engaged in misconduct. The lawsuit could set up further legal action seeking to force outstanding cancellations. To that, I say this: pay what you owe, you leeches. And leave it to a left-wing publication like Fortune to write this headline, quote, Trump's student loan limits could reshape the black professional pipeline. To which I will counter by saying the following: find a major that you love, that pays well, borrow only what you are willing to pay back, and oh, by the way, white people have debt too, you losers. Education. No immunity to fraud. Even in the biggest perpetrators in the field of education are committing it. And I say, J.D. Vance, keep going, brother. Snuff them all out. Educate. Don't indoctrinate. Give parents choices. Simple. Thank you. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Furnish your home and make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on X at 1210 WPHT and, of course, in the YouTube chat. Don Stensland, your thoughts on all of the education fraud and some of the people in this administration trying to get us back on track?
Yeah, I have family and friends across the country who are teachers who tell stories of not just phantom students and things of that nature. We also have in some areas, in some municipalities, because these are patronage jobs, phantom teachers. And so I know they're looking for that as well. You imagine that.
Teachers and students that don't exist, that hand in hand with voters that are dead or don't exist.
Just get
weird,
but they get paid.
But they get paid.
Think about that. And does that mean they get a pension? I mean, what we're all getting played,
and we can't even get vouchers in school choice here in Pennsylvania.
No, well, that's on Josh Shapiro. That's all on him. The Philadelphia School District, by the way, telling teachers to pick school placements from a list on a spot. This is, some people liken this to some kind of a draft, like a sports draft, like a fantasy football draft, where you're a teacher and you get your reassignment situation. Okay. It's so there are teachers. I know they were demonstrating yesterday at the Philadelphia District School, headquarters because of this, because they're saying, where in the heck, it's now July. We want to get the classrooms ready and get everything prepped. Where am I teaching?
Right.
And some of them don't have their school assignments, which the teachers start prepping in the classroom, obviously in August.
Yeah.
So the teachers are weeks away from this. So they're complaining about that one and slamming the district for a lack of organization.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm grateful that Linda McMahon and the Trump administration overall are just making education, or trying to make education, more of a local issue.
Yeah, they are. And speaking of local, real quick, and I'm going to get Sean's thoughts on this because I'm sure he's got some thoughts on what Tennessee does or does not do on the school choice front and just the fraud in general. Fox and Friends was just talking about the efforts of McCormick and Fetterman, continuing to do things on a bipartisan front. That's something that I would love to see, and I don't know if Fetterman would sign off on this. I know McCormick would, but Fetterman and McCormick, since they are besties, they should get together and force Shapiro's hand on the school choice vouchers here in the state. I don't know Fetterman's position on school choice, but if he's not against it, if I'm McCormick, I'm trying to brainwash him to get this done on a bipartisan front.
Well, I wonder, because Fetterman and Shapiro, and we've talked about it, right, that they just don't get along and butt heads. So what if Fetterman, because he's getting primaried, but what if, just to mess with the head of Shapiro, he just floats it out there that maybe he's going to run for POTUS.
Oh.
Just starts busting his chops.
That would be juicy. I mean, I look at it from a show perspective. Sign me up for that all day. That'd be a big take and a half. Yeah. Farish, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but do you know where Tennessee as a state is when it comes to school choice?
We're one of the leaders in the country. They just passed, I think last year, state legislature just passed a school choice voucher program here. They were kind of rolling it out a little slowly, but look, Tennessee believes that the money should follow the student, and that families, parents should have the right to send their student to the school of their choice. When I was on Long Island, I'll tell you, I didn't think too much about this until I got a call from a concerned parent who was essentially representing a group of very concerned parents about curriculum related issues in Long Island's third largest school district, which is the Smithtown School District, which we wound up then looking into and finding, the New York State Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion curriculum de facto mandates, teaching children, you're talking about you're doing this Bend to the Shore bike ride, Families Behind the Badge, Children's Foundation, fundraiser. The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion de facto mandate, curriculum mandate in New York was teaching children about the quote unquote senseless, brutal killing of Black and brown men and women at the hands of law enforcement. That was being taught in all New York State public schools. And we looked at that. There were a lot of cop families, NYPD, Suffolk County, Nassau County PD on Long Island, a lot of cops. And, parents did not want their children having to learn that, among other curriculum items that were just totally enveloped in left-wing ideologies, destroying the minds of these students. And so I didn't think too much about it. School board, whatever. It is, I believe, and I've been saying this ever since the spring of 2021 when we mopped the floor with the New York State Teachers Union in some school board races, that it is the America First issue of our time. A lot of people don't understand the importance of education in the country. Yep. If you're sending, and if you listen to Yuri Bezmenov from, I believe, the 80s, he mentions this. And when you have Americans teaching other Americans about the benefits of communism and socialism, Marxism and Leninism, you're more likely to believe it when it's coming from a friendly face, right? So if a Ruski was in the middle of your class going, well, communism, great, because Mother Russia, greatest country on earth, you're like, screw this guy. But when you have an American teaching Americans about the benefits of communism, you're more likely to believe it. And that's part of what Yuri said was their goal, destroy America from within without firing a single shot. Well, that's what's happening in your public schools. Yep. And if you don't want your children learning that type of ideology and being indoctrinated in that type of ideology, school choice should be a top of the ballot issue, a top priority issue for you going forward. The reason why it is an America First issue, and I consider it to be one of the most important America First issues, is because think about it. If you're sending your child to a public school, a government school, it receives government money, therefore government money equals government message, right? If these schools are not teaching your children skills, tools, knowledge that prepares them to join the workforce and become a productive member of society, your child is not going to wind up getting that well-paying job out of school. They're going to wind up, becoming a social justice warrior, right? Yep. Standing on the corner, fist in the air, screaming Black Lives Matter, screaming Free Palestine, screaming ICE out now. And maybe they're getting $15, $20 an hour to be a paid protester, but they're not a productive member of society. Nope. Those jobs that you want your child to have, we're going to go to some foreign student. We talk about the H-1B issues in this country. Well, part of the problem is the youth are not being taught skills that are actually useful. Right. If you're learning gender studies and underwater basket weaving in these public schools, K through 12 across the country, how is any employer going to look at these children? Well, what do you want to? Oh, I'm an equity expert. Well, You can't sell, software as a service as an equity expert.
Yeah.
You're not going to become a doctor or a brain surgeon as an equity expert in this country, right? So
You're right.
The America First issue of our time is education, and I love the prioritization here Tennessee has taken to give parents and families the ability to choose where they want to send their children to school. And in the country, I'm not sure if they're the leader, but Tennessee is among the leaders in this country, among the top of the front of the pack in this country in school choice. And it's so important because, look, if these government-run schools, these government-funded schools, if they were so effective, then why are you seeing diminishing test scores? Why are you seeing diminishing reading levels? Why are you seeing all of these indicators that it's just not working?
Right.
And parents should not be forced to send their child to a school like this that is not equipping them to succeed in the future.
Yeah.
I'm a huge advocate for school choice. I believe it is, again, the America First issue of our time. If you're sending your child to a school and in that school, within the four walls of that classroom, your kid is being taught to hate America, it is a national security risk, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's why I'm a big school choice believer.
Can I just give you a name to remember in Pennsylvania? Matt Bradford. He is a House Democrat, Pennsylvania legislature, Montgomery County. He is widely, accused of, if you will, of single-handedly just trying to preventing meaningful school choice legislation from reaching the governor's desk.
Right.
And this is it's like the teachers union and the money for the union, a big money laundering operation. That's always what we talk about. But recently, the Pennsylvania House, the Democrats put forth and pushed through this House Bill 2632. I don't know if you've gotten the notices on it, Nick, but across the Commonwealth, there are many, and I have family right now in Montgomery County, Bucks County, Chester County, a big one, battlegrounds. But essentially, this House bill for Pennsylvania wants to restructure and regulate the Educational Improvement Tax Credit, EITC.
Yep.
And so what they're trying, they claim, oh no, this is for transparency and preserves the funding levels. That's widely refuted, and not just by political groups, people who've never been political coming out of the woodwork saying, no, this is about school choice.
Yep.
And they say that this legislation, House Bill 2632, check it out, contact your local. If you're in Pennsylvania, this is an important battleground and something you can do. This is urgent right now.
Yep.
And they're saying this legislation will cut the credits, eliminate existing programs. And by the way, Nick, what would you, with twin daughters? So for you and your wife, Kristen, that's over $7,000 a year that you should get. Toward, let's say you wanted to go to a parochial, a private school or a faith-based school.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I'm glad you talk about the funding, because think about this. When you started the Department of Education in 1979, American Education for Children, we were #1 in the world. Now we are 24th. In what other profession, any line of work, let's just use this station or this show for an example. If we were #1, Kayal and Company was #1, and there was no money put into this show, and then Odyssey started pumping millions and billions and trillions of dollars into the show, and we became 24th in the ratings, do you think any of us would survive?
No.
We wouldn't even get a chance to take our personal belongings out. They would dump us out the back of the Fiddler Club, Dawn. Right into the alleyway. They just right in the gutter. We'd be in the sewer.
Government wants a monopoly. Government wants a monopoly on education.
Yep.
And you look at teachers unions, whether it's state teachers unions or the AFT or any of this, because the minute you start giving parents a choice, that's a threat. That is a threat to the government's power, and the power of these teachers unions, right?
Yep.
They're union members. You better thank a union member, right? They're union members. They look at that going, oh my gosh, this is a threat to our our job security, because what if, we're not doing a good enough job, and all these students leave, then we lose our job. Well, here's the thing. People wouldn't want school choice if you didn't go from number 1 to number 24. Right?
Yeah.
So do a better job. And that's the best part about competition. And the best part about competition is the whole iron sharpens iron cliche. All right. The best option should win. And in this case, the best option is not government schools.
No.
Some cases it's private schools. Some cases it's charter schools. But the more competition you have, the more incentive these entities and institutions have to be better. If it's just one, that's what the argument is about healthcare. If it's single payer, nobody has a choice, and you're stuck with one type of, there's no incentive. There's no drive for you to actually excel.
Right.
And provide a good product, because you're the only game in town.
Kids that are behind in reading, behind in math, but excelling in activism and pronouns. It's outrageous.
Right.
And then you talk about real world and being a contributor, Sean, in the real world, and not being paid $15 an hour to be a protester. How many kids today, young adults that are going through high school, can actually balance a checkbook? How many of them understand how a mortgage works? Or what?
I don't even know if there's any adults out there. I don't know.
My kids do because they went to. My kids do because they went to Norwood Fontbonne Academy.
But public education, right?
Private Catholic Academy in Chestnut Hill.
Public education does not teach you that.
Public
education does not. They teach you about equity.
Right.
They teach you about social justice.
Go to a Philadelphia school district student and say, "Do you know how interest rates work? How about compound interest? Do you have any idea?" They'll have no clue.
No, my boys, their favorite game.
But they can tell you that Palestine should be free.
In grade school, my boys' favorite game was the stock market game. So they actually could put in, Monopoly money in the stock market, learned about the stock market, learned about balancing a checkbook. But here's the thing about, and I'll say this for specifically Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and actually New York as well. You are paying record high property taxes to support what? A multi-billion-dollar education system that's failing your children. We're all getting played. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York. I mean, the Northeast, not where you are now, Sean, but it's ridiculous. No,
but I can tell you all about New York education. I mean, I can go on for a week about the teachers unions, the power. The teachers union showed up at my job when we were running school board candidates, and
at
left
your
a note
job?
on my windshield.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll come back, kick off the 7 o'clock hour. Great conversation. If you guys want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Accused Charlie Kirk assassin allegedly confesses in texts, apologized, and described motive. We also have sound from the hearing yesterday with Tyler Robinson. That's coming up next as we officially kick off the 7 o'clock hour. Stay there.
There's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. Just visit your authorized dealer, Piazza, in Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Experience the luxury, innovation, and performance that set Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now, Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PiazzaAutogroup.com, Piazza, PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Craving real barbecue? Head to Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey. Voted Best of South Jersey Barbecue for 14 years. Open Friday through Sunday from noon till 7. Featuring St. Louis-style ribs, beef brisket, burgers, and an all-you-can-eat buffet every Sunday. Dine inside, relax outside, grab takeout, or let Henry's Hots cater your next event with full-service catering. Find them at 1003 Black Horse Pike in Folsom or visit bestbbqsj.com. Henry's Hots Barbecue. Real Texas-style barbecue done right.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a Platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 7:08 here on a Farish Friday. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this week as we have a ton to get into. Busy show this morning. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Pete Cherokee from Chickies and Pete's. National French Fry Day. $1 crab fries. Oh, man, I love me some crab fries. Can't wait for that. Fight Club, fight of the week. Going to get to Charlie Kirk here coming up in a moment. Tyler Robinson trial. Details from the hearing, including confessions and admissions. Don't forget, we unveiled a new initiative yesterday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and Piazza Auto Group looking to adopt a local animal shelter. And we are inviting animal shelters and rescue organizations throughout Philadelphia and the surrounding counties and suburbs to apply. One, and that's right, only one deserving shelter will become our year-round community partner. If you would like to throw your organization into the hat, visit 1210wpht.com/adopt-a-shelter to submit your shelter for consideration. And thank you, Piazza Pets, for believing that every dog deserves a home.
And kitty cat.
And kitty cat.
Meow.
I mean, even Greg Stocker adopted a dog named Sadie.
Oh.
Now, I feel bad for Sadie. I think she might have been better off in the shelter than with Stocker 24/7, 365.
No, it's perfect because he gets, it's wonderful for his little boy and his beautiful wife.
That's true. That's true. But do you think Sadie starts to shriek or shrivel up when, Greg starts yelling around the house?
We start at 6 a.m.
I think he's a big softie at home.
I do too.
Naked jiggly asses.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to get you back for that.
He is. He's coming for all of us. And he'll eventually be back later this summer.
Sure.
Charlie Kirk, let's get to this. This is, I've said many times, A, Candace Owens is an idiot. B, if you believe her, you're an idiot. C, this is an open and shut case. We're only in the hearing phase of the entire court process, so to speak. And the prosecution is just stacking up evidence after evidence after evidence. And the defense is grasping at straws, looking for possible technicalities, procedural issues. They've got ungats here. They've got nothing. Ungats, that's right. So let's roll a couple of these clips here because, the notion that somebody else did it or there was other people involved, all of that is just being tossed to the wayside minute by minute as this procedure plays out in real time. Phil, let's go to clip 17A. In a recording, Tyler Robinson's trans lover, Lance Twiggs, still can't even take that name seriously, Lance Twiggs, says Robinson was acting erratically after allegedly killing Charlie Kirk. Roll this.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting.
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home, and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
All right. Do we have a little more? Is this going to pick up? Nobody tightened it.
Here it comes.
Here we go. Come on, Mr. Twiggs. No furry, by the way. He's wearing a suit. Is there any more? The clip's like a minute longer. Nothing.
Funny, he went by the name Lance, too.
Here we go.
So he acted erratically. Was he pacing? Was he just sitting down, relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
Right, and that's within the home.
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. He started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it, and then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk?
Okay. Is there any more? Why did we just
what
stop?
He was going to do next.
That's weird.
I guess that's it. I'm gonna launch a radio boot camp on how to edit audio and video where we eliminate 20 seconds of dead freaking air. Jeez almighty. I'm going to dress up like a furry like Lance Twiggs now.
Don't.
I might start
I
crying.
go back.
Farish, any thoughts as I sit here and see if Greg can fire people while he's on vacation?
Kayal is stewing right now. Look at him. He's just got...
I've seen college radio stations more proficient. God.
He's stewing. Look at he's pounding the paper on the table.
He's growing fur.
He's actually... His head is so hot right now. He's actually growing hair.
I'm gonna stick a rifle in my shorts and I'm gonna climb a building. I'm gonna get on the roof and I'm gonna start picking people off.
God.
Anyway. Oh my goodness! He's now saying things he's gonna regret on the radio. This is not good.
All right,
you know what I thought was interesting about Lance Twiggs is that he used his real name in the court hearing to show you how stupid the whole. My preferred pronouns because he went by Luna. That was his furry name.
Yeah.
But you notice in the court, what's your name? My name's Lance Twiggs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, your name is? I see. So the whole thing's a game,
right?
Isn't it?
Right.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I love this from my favorite people on the internet. The conspiracy crowd, and I hate to use the word conspiracy theory because there's a lot of things that are labeled a conspiracy theory that are not theories, right? That's like they're just conspiracies, like actual Russiagate, for example, things like that. These people who are like, you believe the official narrative? Okay, so if the official narrative is that a guy who was romantically involved with another guy who went by Luna but was born Lance and is a furry and is a transgender or whatever, that this kid, Tyler Robinson, 23-year-old, this guy, Tyler Robinson, in that type of relationship, hated Charlie Kirk to the point where he wanted to kill him. Like, yes, I do believe that because that's how the left operates.
Right.
Like, that's not why, it's like, you're making it seem like this is something that's unreasonable. Like they talk about killing us all the time. It's like, yes, I believe that. What is so hard to believe about something like that? I feel like that's more reasonable than to believe like Egyptian planes or like Erica Kirk or underground bee cults and all of this like tunnel people or an exploding microphone or, this is my favorite. The guy standing next to Charlie Kirk was giving hand signals. What is this, a baseball game? Was he telling him to steal second?
Oh, but Sean,
like,
they had maroon. There was two guys with maroon shirts on. They were sending signals and spotters.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
You believe the official narrative? Well, when the official narrative makes sense, I'm going to believe it, especially when there's all this freaking evidence.
Well, but Sean, you have to remember,
all these people say, we have all this evidence that Tyler Robinson wasn't even there. And it's like, what are you talking about? He's on video. He's right there. What are you talking about?
But you have to believe somebody that has 250,000 followers on Twitter with a random avatar who lives in anonymity, and then he took the time to break down the tape of the Charlie Kirk assassination and then circle a couple of lines and say,
and threw a few red boxes on a video.
Look at this. Red boxes. And it got a ton of engagement, so it has to be true.
Well, popularity and engagement does not, and this is the biggest thing I want to stress to everybody, whether you're on YouTube whether you're on listening on the radio, you're on the iHeartRadio app, the Odyssey app, wherever it is that you consume the following words. Views and popularity online does not equal credibility.
Right.
Okay? Take this thought process. Well, if 1 million people liked it, then it must be true. No, if 1 million people liked it, then it must be engaging.
Right.
There's bait involved. Doesn't mean everything that gets 1 million views or millions of views isn't true. Nick Shirley's reporting has been just about 100% accurate, right?
Mm-hmm.
With maybe a few things here or there that were out of place. Fine. But just because something got a gajillion views on social media, or just because an account has a large following, does not mean that account always tells you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
It is, but it's something that this thought process has infected the social media ecosystem,
Right.
where views and popularity equals credibility, and you cannot fall into that trap.
And there are some people, perhaps some people in this audience listening right now, that are so turned off by legacy media and have been conditioned to believe everything on Truth or Rumble or right-wing X is actually the truth because legacy media has destroyed their credibility. If you believe everything from legacy media, you're a sheep. If you believe everything that some donkey with a massive following on X posts, you're also a sheep. You're no better than the left-winger who believes everything David Weir tells you on a Wednesday night is fact.
This is raw information, and that's why what you're talking about is critical. Because even though maybe other people make their living off of clicks and fake news, this is a gripping interview, a video interview played in court yesterday, where the ex-lover of the accused Kirk killer told Utah prosecutors that, in fact, Tyler Robinson, his lover, his former lover and roommate, quote, wishes he hadn't done it. This is damning. This is, in this case, this is such a damning piece of evidence. And you can see why they didn't want it. Even the defense team didn't even want this played in court.
You have confirmation of him being on the campus. He admits it. He's got regret. You've got DNA. I mean, if you're a prosecutor or an inspector or an investigator and you're connecting all of the dots to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, they've established it already in the hearing. To be honest, I don't even know why they're continuing on from the prosecution side.
They have to.
You think so?
This is just procedural.
Okay.
This is procedural. Yeah, it's a preliminary trial. They're doing this to prove beyond not a reasonable doubt, but to significantly prove that there's enough here to take this to trial, and they're just they're running up the score at this point. And here's the thing, right? This is what you get from the conspiracy wing of the internet, right? When you see a Lance Twiggs or the parents, it's very easy to be those people, not the parents of Lance Twiggs. It's very easy to be the Candace Owens of the world, because all you got to do to placate and satisfy your audience is go, oh, they got to him. They got to the parents. Someone paid them off. And that's all you need to say for these people. Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Right? You bunch of morons. This is it. So it's like, okay, what about all this evidence? Oh, it's fake. Well, man, must it be nice to be you, to never have been wrong a day in your life, and every time something is presented that debunks or disproves one of your talking points, you just go, well, that's fake. Or they were paid to say that. Where's the proof?
Yeah.
What proof do you have that Tyler Robinson's parents were paid off or incentivized to turn in their own son and basically sacrifice him? What proof do you have that Lance Twiggs was paid off or threatened? Kids don't text like that. Well, also, most kids don't wind up in a romantic relationship with a trans furry. You know what I mean? So, what are we doing? This is it. Yep. But it's so easy to be these people where you go, oh, yeah, well, it's clear someone got to them. Shut up. Give me the proof or shut up.
Yep. But think about it.
I'm done with these people.
Think about what you're saying, though. So this is what they do, jumping through hoops to deny living in reality.
Yes.
This is their fantasy.
Right.
But for the Kirk, for the family of Charlie Kirk, who I think is an American icon, this is a reality of hell.
Yeah.
And just, you can't even imagine the pain that they feel.
Oh, my God, yeah. And they have to relive it all over again, right?
Yes.
Not even a year later.
The only question I have as far as the deal that was cut with Twiggs, and remember, he had to go under FBI protection. They took him out of the
he
state
got king for a day treatment.
Yeah.
And so this guy told prosecutors also, and that we learned yesterday, that Robinson started engraving those bullets with a specialty tool a month before this assassination.
Right.
And so my question is, if somebody's engraving bullets, at what point are you complicit?
Yeah.
At what point don't you report to somebody, reach out at least to Robinson's family or somebody to say, hey,
this person probably hated Kirk as well, right? And everything that he stood for.
Engraving bullets isn't a crime, in fairness, right?
True.
So, writing messages on bullets is not a crime. And it's Twiggs may have known, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I mean, I don't know if he's complicit or not.
But it does show premeditation, right? Like this wasn't
it shows premeditation.
Yeah.
Well, it does on behalf of Robinson.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Twiggs may have seen Robinson engraving bullets, but not know what he was writing. You could have been writing, a poem on there for him later in, what I'm saying? So just because you're engraving bullets does not mean you're getting ready to commit an assassination. And from Twiggs' standpoint, he could see Tyler Robinson engraving bullets and not know what he's writing on there and just, write it off as, whatever. He's just engraving bullets. Doesn't mean he's going to go out there and kill a public figure, right? What I think happened with Twiggs, I was talking about this last night, was because a friend of mine and I were talking about this and saying, it's amazing they're not going after Twiggs. Well, I bet you they came to him and said, look, after Tyler Robinson essentially confessed to you over text, you didn't contact authorities. Like, you could be roped in here as an accomplice. He's asking Tyler Robinson in these texts, did you get the gun? Are you coming home? And is not going to the authorities with this information that the alleged killer of Charlie Kirk is confessing to him on text. So Twiggs was probably looking at that going, well, I don't want to go away. I will tell you, I will sing like a canary. And they flipped them. And that's how they were able to flip them. They were saying, look, all this information on your phone, if you don't cooperate, you're going to go away too. Because there's a level of complicity, if that's a word. There's a level of conspiracy, I guess you could say, to conceal this crime in those texts where Twiggs is learning all this information. He's not going to the authorities with it. And is essentially kind of trying to help. Hey, get the gun, come home. Here's a good excuse type of deal. You see the text. So I think Twiggs was presented with that and saying, and they came to him and said, look, here's what we have here. And here's the charges we can get you with. And here's what you'll go away for because it's in text. Or you can cooperate and we'll give you immunity and king for a day treatment and all that. And that's, I think, how he was able to spill what he spilled.
You're right. Political motive. We'll give you that on the other side as we wrap up this conversation. Cut sheet is coming up in just about 20 minutes. Pete Cherokee from Chickies and Pete's, he's coming up in about 25. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about our friends at Piazza Hyundai, the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. It's going on now at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Get a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Save on the Hyundai you've always wanted, like the adventure-ready Tucson or the 3-row Santa Fe with 0% financing for 60 months. And because every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, you'll get away with more than just a great deal. But don't wait. Get to Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown or Westchester during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on this summer.
Have you been putting off going to the dentist or addressing that complex dental procedure you've been putting off? Well, stop procrastinating. I want to talk to you about my friend, my dentist, and the undisputed master of dental implants, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Dr. Mike is my dentist, my family's dentist, and he is the dentist that other doctors and dentists go to and refer their patients to. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. He's been recognized by his peers for 12 years in a row as the master of complex dentistry. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care. Dr. Mike, it's about compassion and commitment to your health. So when it comes to your health, including your dental health, which is key, you want the best. You deserve the best. Bridget got a beautiful smile upgrade from Dr. Mike last year, and Mama Zioli discovered him for our family, and the whole Zioli family goes to see Dr. Mike Veneria. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminster and Woodbury, make your appointment today, veneriadental.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
How We Made Your Mother is a rewatch podcast that looks back episode by episode at the hit TV show How I Met Your Mother. It's hosted by me, Josh Radnor, along with series co-creator Craig Thomas.
In seasons 1 and 2, we were joined by Neil Patrick Harris, Kobe Smulders, Bryan Cranston, Ashley Williams, Wayne Brady, Jenna Fisher and Angela Kinsey, Joe Manganiello, and my brilliant co-creator Carter Bays, and now we are diving into season 3.
So whether it's your 50th rewatch or your first time through, follow How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball season is heating up, and so are the savings here at Barlow. The All-Star Buick GMC lineup is waiting for you. Leading off, the powerful GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park and be the MVP of every road trip. Visit Barlow Buick GMC this summer, where honest pricing and dedicated service are always part of the lineup, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Free speech lives here. The Dumb Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All sorts of gems coming up on a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. That is just 15 minutes away. Fight Club later this morning. Fight of the week. Oh, I love Fridays. 5 enter. Only 4 make the polls. Only 1 can win. And you, unlike in Maine, as a Democrat primary voter, you will decide. We will not change the results and say, well, the people picked Tuesday's fight, but Nick, Dawn, Sean, Phil, and Jimmy say, you know what, Wednesday's better, so you're going to get Wednesday and you're going to have to deal with it. By the way, how's that Maine Senate primary Democrat nonsense search going? Did they find anybody yet? The party of democracy.
There are people who are like, you know, they're all like, this is what democracy looks like. And I'm like, really? So democracy looks like 155,000 people making a choice and then their choice being disregarded, and 600 people in a room can now make another choice. And I find it very interesting. The statute of limitations for rape in Maine is 20 years.
That's wild. That seems very excessive, does it not? 20 years?
This is how it is, right? So these allegations against Graham Plattner are only 5 years old. Is he going to be charged with a crime? I wonder.
Yeah,
was Eric Swalwell charged with a crime? No. What is Graham Plattner charged with a crime? No. What happened to due process? Where are the leftists? Remember Maryland man? He needs due process. No due process for a guy who's struggling in the polls, right?
That is.
It's all about power. Look, these people are such frauds. This is what bothers me the most. They are such frauds with this talking point. Oh, threat to democracy. There's no greater threat to democracy than what the left has done with elections. And by the way, this is the last decade plus. You people are being screwed, and you're just eating it up. You're getting spat in your face. The biggest hawk to us since Haley Welsh. Okay, you're getting spat in your face, and you're drinking it down like Kool-Aid, drinking it all up. It's the greatest thing. Bernie in 2016, Bernie in 2020, Biden in 2024, Plattner in 2026, Swalwell, and so on and so forth. And until you guys and gals nut up and stand up for yourself,
right?
Okay, it's going to keep happening. Your will is going to keep being subverted. I don't understand how you're okay with this. I don't get it.
Hey, I'm checking on what you've proposed, Sean. So this was 2021. This is an allegation of what would be a felony charge under Maine law. Hancock County, the state police there say that they have not received or ever investigated any criminal complaints involving at all Plattner.
Yeah.
Interesting, isn't
it? It is. Well, I mean,
it doesn't mean a crime wasn't committed, by the way.
No,
it doesn't mean he didn't do it.
But accusations itself are disqualifiers?
That's it.
Right?
That's the point, okay? So, 155,000 people made a choice. 73% of the voters, 70, whatever it was, that's a 70 plus percent. Oh, I don't know if it's 72, 73, whatever. 70 plus percent of the electorate who participated in this primary made a choice, and all you got were accusations. I'm not saying the accusations weren't credible. I'm not saying I think Graham Plattner is above those allegations, because I don't. Matter of fact, I think it's more likely than not that he did those things.
Right.
However, if you're going to get this guy, you're going to take the will of 155,000 people and kick that to the curb over allegations, then at the very least, you better see an investigation into this.
Right.
You better see, if there's enough evidence and it's credible, charges. But if accusations, mere allegations and accusations are a disqualifier and enough to remove somebody from the ballot, the precedent that this sets is so dangerous.
Right.
So dangerous.
Well, so then if you think about this, the standard then seems to be that the rape accusation itself is a disqualifier. Like, I couldn't disagree more with that standard. And it's not that I've gone from Me Too, believe all women to believe no women. But if you actually rape somebody, you should be charged and a jury should determine your fate. Like, why are no Democrats coming out, whether Maine voters in the primary or Democrats in office, saying this needs to go to a court and charges need to be filed? And it makes you wonder right now, when you think about this, are the odds of getting a conviction essentially zero, making these allegations merely just allegations? Or did they tell Graham Plattner, if he drops out, the charges will never see the light of day? So I almost want to take the party and the power brokers that be, the alleged victim, who again, I think she is a victim, the paper trail seems to be there, and figure out, how did we get to this point? Is there some sort of collusion going on between what the Democrats want and what this female victim had to endure? And again, remember, her claim is, well, I really like his policies, so this was difficult.
Yeah.
The premise so you bring up an interesting premise, because the premise here is we should all be terrified by this precedent that you could publicize an allegation, pimp a victim, if you will, and get her to, or an alleged victim to come forward and take somebody out, not just in politics. Your competition.
Yeah.
Right? Your
Correct.
ex, whatever, your ex business partner. I mean, you can use your own scenario. But the other premise of this, and I know I believe there was a USA Today headline maybe within yesterday or recently that said, could Graham Plantner, could he face felony charges under Maine law? And they go through that, but they say, well, it's dependent upon the women. They must file a complaint. But that's really not true because, in fact, in most states, police can indeed investigate an allegation of a felony crime, a rape, even if the victim doesn't file a formal complaint.
Which I actually like. I like
why
that.
don't they?
Right.
Why aren't they
what? And
investigating?
then authorities can, I would imagine, take
Do
some
interviews.
of that evidence to a grand jury, right?
Yep.
Pursue an indictment and bring the charges. It's that the problem I have with this whole situation. Again, I don't think Graham Plantner is above this. I think it's, again, more likely than not that he did the things that he's being accused of doing. I'm not defending him. What I'm defending is the actual process. What I'm scared about is the process.
The precedent and the process.
If allegations are treated as direct proof of guilt, we have a problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Because now we are no longer innocent until proven guilty. We are innocent until accused of something.
Right.
And that's the problem. Because then anybody who presents a threat to anybody else, as you mentioned, Dawn, competition, you could just, that guy's a rapist. You wouldn't vote for a rapist, right?
Yeah.
Well, how do you know he's a rapist? Well, someone said he was.
Well,
Isn't this the MO of Democrats?
Yeah.
This is what they did to Trump.
Right.
Due process. They took this is so scary. And again, it's happening on their side, but this is a very commonly used political tool.
Well, yeah,
right.
True.
To
Both
damage
sides.
opponents
Yep.
on both sides with the sexual abuse and
But
everything.
think about the Democrats with the motives, though. You just mentioned something great. They use women as pawns to get political achievements accomplished or political goals. So they wanted Plantner out. Allegations were enough. They use Epstein files at their convenience when the opposition party is in office. Yet, by the way, speaking of believe all women, don't believe all women, believe the evidence. Where are the Epstein women? Remember, last September, we're coming up now, 10 months since those women stood up on those steps saying, we're going to name names? Marjorie Taylor Greene. Remember, she was going to go out on the floor of the House? Massey. Nancy Mace.
I'm going to name them. I'm going to name them. So, and you know what? They're not naming them.
No.
So, are you protecting pedophiles now? Like the rules never apply to the. I am sick over what you're seeing on the Democrat side of things right now.
Yep.
Sick. I mean, I'm more offended over what's going on to their voters than their voters are, which is sad. Really, it is. It's very sad.
Get what you deserve.
Yep.
You do, but you need, in order for this republic to function, you need people to actually look at this through this lens and care that you had a large number of people make a choice, participate in the democratic process, right? That we use to select our candidates to then be our representatives. And their choice was thrown away over allegations. I'm not telling you that the allegations were a hoax, but how has there not been any sort of follow-up from the criminal justice side of things? If the allegations are serious and credible enough to subvert the will of 155,000 people and 70+% of an electorate that participated in an election, if these allegations are credible enough to subvert the will of those people, how are they not credible enough to investigate and bring charges?
Yep.
Swalwell, same deal.
Yep.
All this, I didn't do it. And now you have both of these men, Swalwell and Plantner, who I believe more than likely did the things they're accused of doing. They seem like creeps, okay? But
Swalwell, they have video.
They're both.
Oh yeah, remember that?
Yeah, and they're both maintaining their innocence, right? There's, I didn't do it. These are false. Well, if that's the case, why are you dropping out?
Yeah.
Right? I
He
mean,
suspended it. Plantner suspended it.
That's a legal term. That's
right?
That's a legal term.
But he's officially waiting. He's officially waiting until Monday.
Yep.
Well, I would love to see some really bad weather impact Maine on Monday and have this filing delayed, right?
Yeah.
You know, but look, suspend that's a legal term because the campaign can continue to bring in funding to pay all their expenses. That's why they use the term suspend.
Yep. Cut sheet is on the way. Quick detour before we get there. Pete Cherokee, Chickies and Pete's. It is, in fact, National French Fry Day. The 13-year tradition continues. How can you take advantage of dollar crab fries for great charitable causes? We'll give you those details on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Got to talk about My Guys, Marvin E. Cans. You know My Guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, veteran founded. They truly live by the motto, freedom is not free. And supporters of our Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. AC season, it's here. So call Marvin E. Cans for your AC tune-up. But if you do need new equipment, Marvin E. Cans is going to donate $100 to the Travis Manion Foundation, $100 to TMF for every new installation. Proud installers of Train, Trane, hard to stop a train. Go to marvinecans.com, marvinekans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our Timeshare Exit Kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how Timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at pdqpos.com.
Your freedom to relax starts at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Now through July 12th, save up to $5,000 on new hot tubs. Plus, buy any 3 hot tub products and get the 4th for just $1. Visit springdancehot-tubs.com. Offers end July 12th.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 7:49. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company live on a Friday morning, 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by Crystal Cave Park. For a fun summer attraction, visit nearby Crystal Cave Park in Kutztown, PA. Always a cool 54 degrees when you're amongst the stalactites and the stalagmites. Visit crystalcavepa.com. Crystal Cave Park, nearby Kutztown, the coolest summer attraction around. We'll talk with Pete Cherokee from Chickies and Pete's coming up shortly, but you know what? We're only 4 minutes late. Why make it 5? Time for a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
Well, What's on the Cut Sheet for this Friday is brought to you by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyota and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both locations. Look for the big American flag. And thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring this Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
Thank you, Jimmy. As it's been a while since we've rolled out a little Harry Yenton from CNN, but I think it's a perfect spot to do so because we were just talking about Maine and Graham Plattner and how Democrats have no stones and just allow their voice and their will and their votes to be subverted and let the establishment choose who they get. Well, clip 23A, Phil. We're going to roll through A and B. Harry Yenton says just yesterday on CNN that Democrats are having their own Tea Party movement. 23A, roll it.
You have to go back 16 years. Remember, it was that Republican Tea Party wave of 2010. I would argue the Democratic version of it is a new Tea Party, but it's on steroids. Why do I say that? Well, let's just start off with the fact, approve of their own party in Congress. Republicans in July of 2010, it was 52%, a very low percentage, but at least it was north of 50%. Look at where we are now with Democrats in terms of them approving their own members of Congress. It's actually below 50%. Democrats dislike their party more than Republicans did during the Tea Party wave of 2010. Just 47% of Democrats now approve of their own party in Congress. As I said, it's a new Tea Party, but it's a Tea Party on steroids.
And we're seeing the impact it's having on some Democratic incumbents.
Absolutely the case. You know, if you look at the number of Democratic incumbents, House incumbents who have gone down to defeat, it's actually higher in the House than it was back in 2010. House incumbents who lost primaries for Republicans back in 2010, it was 1, 2. You can count it on one hand. But in 2026 so far, it's already 5. It's already 5. You have to use up all the digits on your one hand. It's 5 so far, even if you include Lisa Murkowski going down to defeat in the 2010 Senate primary. Of course, she then went on to win as a write-in candidate in the fall. And you include the Senate, that only gets you to 3. Still, we're dealing with more defeats right now in Congress for Democrats, those Democratic incumbents, than you even saw during the Tea Party wave for Republicans back in 2010.
In the prediction markets,
you know, think about this, Sean and Dawn. Sean, from the standpoint of where Trump came from, right? 2010, Republicans only support and agree with their party. Their content factor, 52%. Of course, there was the 2012 election. Obama gets reelected. Here comes Donald Trump. We want something new. We want something different. Dawn, you've illustrated it perfectly. Trump didn't create the MAGA movement. He answered the call, right? Yeah. So here are Democrats, and we ended up, the people saying, we want something different. We want Trump. Democrats are saying, we're not happy. I guess some of them want socialism. My guess is most do not. but they're not actually getting everything they want because that person that they want, the powers that be have to say, you know what? Okay, we'll sign off on that. You want Mom Donnie? There's nothing out there on Mom Donnie. He's polling well. You get him. You get Spamberger. You get Mikey Sherrill. But Graham Plattner, no. Internal polling says he's going to lose. Here comes the allegations of rape. Democrats do not get what Republicans want. And Republicans actually, most of the time, at least from a candidate perspective, we get what we want and what we signed up for. We don't get the Save America Act. We don't get this, that, or the other thing. But at least we get the person we voted for, right?
Yeah. It's so true.
Yeah.
100%.
All right.
100%. And I have a problem with Harry Anton classifying this as a Tea Party. This ain't the Tea Party. This is a communist revolution.
Tea Party moment.
So it's a Tea Party moment, fine. But let's not make this out to be some sort of righteous thing that's going on over on the Democrat side. This is a communist takeover, and it should be branded as such.
Oh, yes. Oh, without a question. Let's see. Do we have Pete's out there?
Pete Cherokie's in the house?
Yeah,
Peter Pumpkin Eater.
Here he comes. Here he comes. I'm going to give you the other side of Harry and the other clip coming up. Pete Cherokee is walking in right now. The man, the myth, the legend, the man. Oh, look at. The man just delivered. Oh, here we go.
The smell of crab fries.
Phil, zoom in. Give me a close up on one. Look at this. Oh, my daughters. We went to a summer country concert 2 weeks ago on vacation, and they had a Chickies and Pete's crab fry stand at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion.
Oh, yeah.
And Olivia was there, and she goes, I want the crab fries. So we got the big bucket, and we got the tenders, and I got basically none of it. Pete Cherokee's in the house. What's up, Pete?
Nick, my man. How we doing? Happy year.
You look like $1 million.
I'm only about 20 grand.
20 grand?
That's about it.
That's more than I got. Good to see you.
Good. It's nice to see you as well.
Yes. So Chickies and Pete celebrating National French Fry Day with $1 crab fries.
Now, wait a minute. We call it National Crab Fry Day in Philadelphia.
Well, somebody who wrote this is going to have to be fired. Jimmy, did you write this? Did you screw this one up? Am I going to have to take you out?
Doesn't matter as long as the point gets scored. We're good.
Damn right, because you've raised over $250,000 with what now? This is the 13th annual version of this, and it just goes to tremendous causes. Tell everybody, A, how they can get great value and where their value is going to.
Well, today you can go to any Chickie and Pete's, and the crab fries are $1.
Nice.
Or $5 pitchers of Miller Lite, so you can get both. $1, pack the car up with kids, bring them down to any Chickie and Pete's, $1 crab fries with cheese. Now, besides that, all the money that's raised goes to the Fraternal Order of Police of Philadelphia Charitable Foundation.
Right.
So all the money goes right to them. So that $1, which becomes a lot of dollars, as you said.
It does.
Goes right to them.
Yeah, and I love the fact, too, we were talking about education in the first hour, mostly K through 12, but obviously college to follow. And the fact that these foundation, the FOP, will award college scholarships to children and grandchildren of active and retired police officers.
That's correct.
Is tremendous. I was just having a conversation. I mentioned this with Dawn and Sean yesterday. My wife and I were having a financial meeting with our advisor, and we were looking at our 529 and looking at the cost. I mean, if you go to 4 years undergrad at Temple now, you're looking at over $200,000. It's unbelievable.
I just had my last one graduate 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So I know,
Yeah.
He's living it.
Yeah, exactly. Dawn, if you want to jump in with Pete, by all means. Dawn's over in the other booth down the hall. I don't know if you can see her. She's on the other side.
Hey, Pete.
Hey, Dawn, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, too. You're looking good.
That's just the back of my head you're saying, so that's great.
Pete is looking tremendous. I have to say, Pete is looking tremendous, right? He looks great. You look at the crab fries, you look at the money he's raising. And the general manager of the radio station, Road Warrior, he wants me to mention this. We're only $1,600 short. $1,600 of the $25,000 goal for the Families Behind the Badge Children Foundation.
Another great cause, yeah.
So we're just putting that out there, right?
Yeah.
Pete's a great person and is raising a lot of money. I have to say that.
Pete's like, I didn't know I was going to talk to the president
today. I didn't know I was going to. Wow, what a morning. I know you're busy, Mr. President, but thanks for getting on and saying that's nice things about us.
Exactly.
You're doing a tremendous job.
We have this 65-mile ride coming up. The crab fries are not going to do anything to help my time
That's not true.
Be a little
it's
sooner.
a lot of good carb burn.
Well, that's true. Carb loading is a big thing I've learned.
Yes.
And protein, because this cheese
Not
dip.
when you do it 24/7, Nicholas.
Look at Stenzlin.
Carb loading
Dawn
all the time.
Dawn is eating on the air. Can we get a close up on Stenzlin? Look at this. Dawn, show us how you dip it. Yeah. Right.
Dip it. And
there you go.
This is your protein.
Yep. Look at this. Dawn's going to be on the treadmill for 4 hours today after just one fry.
I will.
She's going to lose her mind.
But I'm going to be biking like 30 miles this afternoon with my kids. So
There
with
you
the
go.
boys.
A little fuel.
So this is my fuel.
Okay.
Crab fries.
I love it.
The best.
And $5 Miller Lite pitchers.
Well, I might skip
yeah.
that.
You can fill up your water bottle on your bike.
Yeah, that's all we need. That's all we need is all of us. Yeah, exactly. Pete, you said
Fall
all
off the bike like Joe Biden.
like Biden did. All of the locations. Can you just rattle off a few off the top of your head for us?
Roosevelt Boulevard, South Philadelphia, Bordentown. Of course, all the stores have the same thing.
Yeah.
The money still goes to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can go to Warrington, Audubon. Just pick one.
Yeah.
And they were great.
Yeah, it's amazing. My daughter.
There's one near you.
Yeah.
If you hear us on the radio, there's one near you.
If I don't bring this bucket home for Olivia, she's not gonna let me in the front door.
We'll make sure Olivia's happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on in. $1 crab fries at all Chicky and Pete's. Money goes to the FOP Charitable Foundation.
Yeah.
Please come out, help the cause, and help yourself to a nice $1 order of crab fries.
Unbelievable.
We'll get 2. We'll get 3 orders.
That's right. Carb load for the rest of the month.
We'll get lobster crab fries.
Exactly.
Add a little more to it and get the lobster. That's all.
Damn right. Pete, always a pleasure, and we love.
Thanks, Dawn. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Next time they should put me in your office.
Yes.
I mean, your studio.
You can go down there right now.
Say hi.
Yeah, we'll take a picture.
I heard her voice. I'm like, is she working from home?
Yeah, no, she's down there in the corner. She's in the dark. They put her down in the box C.
No.
Yeah,
She's right there on a treadmill.
Look, she's right here on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I need, a treadmill or maybe a stationary
She's
bike.
back there on a Peloton.
Love it. Thanks, Pete.
Thank you, Nick.
You got it, brother. There he is, Pete Cherokee. Today, Chickies and Pete celebrating National Crab Fry Day. $1 crab fries and all proceeds benefit the Great Delaware Valley Cause, a 13-year tradition. This Friday, July 10th on National French Fry Day. All right, it's 8 o'clock on the dot. Kayal and Company as the cut sheet continues. Let's get to the second clip of Harry Yenton, Phil. This is 23B, and he's talking about some of the Democrats and the incumbents that are losing, how there could be really the changing of the guards at historic levels. Let's roll Harry Yenton.
Even worse. In fact, it's likely to get even worse. So if you look at the Kalshi prediction market and the chance that 6 House Democrats go down to defeat, lose their primary in 2026, this number has consistently, over the last week or so, been hovering 80, 90%. And when we talk about history books, the history books, right? If, in fact, 6 House Democrats went down to defeat in 2026, it would be by far, it would be the largest number in a post-redistricting cycle for Democrats. And get this, over 50 years. That's why I got this picture of the Tea Party on your screen right now, because you know what? It's 250, but also it's a new Tea Party for Democrats.
I was just in Boston. I saw where this all took place. All right, when we're talking about some of the specific races where incumbents might be in trouble?
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of races where they might be in trouble. How about Missouri 1, right? There's a possibility. How about a Michigan 13? That's a real possibility in terms of a House Democrat going down to defeat. And then in Connecticut 1 as well, another real possibility. And this is just what we've been seeing over and over and over again. We have been seeing that these incumbents have been going down to defeat, and it looks like there are going to be plenty more, at least if you listen to the Kalshi prediction markets, where people put their money where their mouths are.
Could be an historic summer here.
So if you think about this, Sean, we had the moment in time where the Republican Party was no longer going to be the old guard GOP, and it was going to become MAGA. The Democrats, as they continue to lose over the last decade, they've gone from a classic old school liberalism perspective to progressivism to now all the way to the left on socialism and communism. But here's the thing, though. The Make America Great Again movement, I think, is here for the foreseeable future, the long-term future. The only question is, who is the heir apparent? J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and then maybe the next cycle in 2032, 2036, who else that could be. For Democrats, though,
Mustard.
It's not
Mustard.
I think his days. Maybe the Attorney General, maybe the head of whatever. I don't think it'll be him, and I think the polling's right. But what happens? Because I think here's what's going to happen. You're going to see more and more of these Democrat Socialists of America popping up, and they're going to win in traditional blue spots. They're going to beat the incumbent established Democrat. That's not an issue. But they're not going to win, in my opinion, battleground states in a general election. So, okay, you can say socialism is the new thing of the Democrat Party, but I think it's for a very, very small, short-term window. Because if AOC is the candidate in 28, or any other person, who insert whoever you want, and socialism is rejected by the people of the United States of America, they're going to pivot again. But the only thing is, they have nowhere else to pivot to. You can't go further left than where they are now. So I actually think, and I'm wondering if you agree with this, if they lose, let's just say AOC's the candidate in 28, or maybe Mark Halperin is correct, and it's Bernie Sanders, and they lose in 28. Come 2030 and 2032, I think they're actually going to start to slide back because there's nowhere else to go. You can't go left. It's one-way street. The road's blocked. There's nothing left of the Pacific Ocean. You have to come back to land. Do you agree with that?
Look, I hope to God that AOC or Bernie would be the candidate against who? Marco Rubio?
I think they'd get
or
beat.
JD Vance?
Yeah.
I think that'd be good for us.
But I don't know about the Democrat Party coming back towards the center without any sort of leadership. You know, what you need first is you need influential leaders on the left or on the Democrat side of things to come out and say, this is not okay. And right now, the only person doing that is Fetterman. And he's not going to have a seat in a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get beat in a primary, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
You know, after Reagan destroyed Walter Mondale, 49 out of 50 states, and nearly won 50 out of 50, it was only a couple thousand votes in Minnesota, the Democrats formed something called the DLC, which was the Democrat Leadership Council. Bill Clinton was on board, and Joe Biden, you know, all these moderate Democrats that they led the party back towards the center so that they didn't abandon the moderates in their coalition. That's not the case right now. Now, but you're saying after 2028, maybe something like that happens. But who is that leader that is going to stand up to the radical, fringe, rabid wing of the Democrat Party that does not take no for an answer because they've been coddled, they've been handed everything, there's a sense of entitlement there that they are entitled to, you know, the keys to the car. So who is that person with courage on the left who's going to stand up to these people, and is the path of least resistance just leaving the left and bringing that big tent mentality to the Republican Party? I'm not so sure the Democrat Party is going to keep going left. I just don't know if it's possible, the way the dynamic exists right now, for them to even move back towards the center, because the folks that are in charge of that party are the hardcore radical left-wing communists and socialists. And spare me this nonsense that, socialism's different than communism. No, it is not. Mm-hmm. Okay? There is no difference. All right, and don't tell me Norway and Finland and Denmark, because you could ask those countries directly, and they don't identify as socialists. Okay, they're nanny state capitalists. They're not socialists. And I struggle to believe that the Democrat Party is going to have leadership. You know, when you look at AOC, DAC, you know, Daria Lisa, right? Milad Kiros, Abdul Al-Sayed, Zoran Mamdani. Those are the youngsters right now in the Democrat Party, on the Democrat side of things. They're not going to turn over their positions of leadership and influence to somebody who is more of a centrist. Mm-hmm. So while the party may not be able to go further left, I don't see a dynamic on that side of things where it comes back towards the center, even if it means they're going to keep losing elections. Those folks like AOC and all them are going to have to get primaried out by moderates, and I don't see the energy there.
Yeah,
I don't see it. I think the moderate Democrats, you know, are going to wind up leaving the party, and hopefully it allows Republicans to gain a foothold and expand their majorities and get things passed, and it happens naturally. I don't know if they're going to come back to the center. I don't see the leaders that are going to bring that party back to the center.
Let's get to a couple of local stories here. I want to go to clip 35, Phil. This is courtesy of 6ABC in Philadelphia, where many Philadelphia businesses are apparently not complying with the new plastic bag law. A Penn Environment survey found that approximately more than 80 businesses and 55% are out of compliance. Now, Sean, we have some absurd rules in this state and the Delaware Valley. I live in Montgomery County in Bluebell, Whitpain Township specifically, and they have a plastic bag ban. You go to your grocery store and you grab 6 items and it's no plastic bag. Bring your own cloth bag, or you could purchase a paper bag for 15 cents. Like, I just thought back like in the day, it was cool that they gave you a bag and it was a nice plastic one. And then the plastic bag started to get crappier and crappier and thinner, and now they're gone. But Philadelphia, apparently you're out of compliance, and I salute you, allegedly. 6 ABC, clip 35, roll it.
Learning more information about how Philadelphia businesses are complying with the city's plastic bag ban. The Penn Environment Research and Policy Center surveyed more than 80 businesses across the city and shared the results outside of City Hall this morning. The nonprofit says 55% of businesses surveyed are not fully complying with the law. And it adds a quarter of the businesses are still providing illegal plastic bags. Philadelphia's plastic bag ban has been in effect since October of 2021.
Mm-hmm. Insanity from 5 years ago. I say good. Keep breaking the law. Don't follow it. It's a stupid law by stupid politicians that want to control your life under the guise of this is going to help the environment. By the way, you ever go in a grocery store? How many things are wrapped in plastic? But you're telling me I can't
everything.
Everything's in plastic, but I can't have a plastic bag.
Thing, right? McDonald's wanted to do paper straws, all this, but they're serving it to you in a massive plastic cup. Okay,
true.
Like it's a. What are we doing? Yeah. Oh well, the little bit of plastic is better than you. Well, stop it. Would you stop it? And by the way, these businesses they're going to wind up getting fined probably.
Yep.
Don't pay it. You know what? Yeah. Don't pay the fines.
Yeah.
Take it all the way you want it. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Huh?
Right.
Going to shut you down? No, because then you're going to have people who can't get food. Right. So this is don't pay the fine. Don't give in.
The paper straw, by the way.
This is the resistance.
The paper straw is hideous.
It is.
It is atrocious.
It goes limp.
It does. All of a sudden, your drink has pulp, and it's paper pulp. It's disgusting.
Yes. Give me plastic, or give me death. I'm going to run on that platform. Yep.
Liberty.
Farish,
well, Nick, what about the microplastics? What about the microplastics?
Oh yeah, in the brain.
The microplastics. Now, I know Tennessee as a state as a whole is probably not doing that, but like in Nashville where I could see that crap happening, have they banned any sorts of plastics?
I don't know, but I do know in the airport there's a charge if you want to take a plastic bag. So like
there's a charge. Yeah. So capitalism over climate change is basically what they're saying. We'll forego the climate if we can make 12 cents off of you. Great.
That's right.
There you go.
Oligarchy.
That's right. So Farish,
I fly around in my private jet. $15 an hour.
If you guys missed earlier, about 2 hours ago, right before the news started with Dawn at 6:08, Sean had his own 6:02 crazy story that Stalker would typically bring to us Monday through Friday. And I was right. It was on the cut sheet, and I think it was here for a couple of days, but I'm glad I didn't get to it, and Sean gave it to us. But let's go to the newscast of this. Clip number 5, a Fort Wayne, Indiana man accused of cutting off of his genitals and then using it to commit arson. Roll it.
Yeah. A 36-year-old Fort Wayne man is facing a felony charge after he allegedly cut off his genitals and used it while committing arson. Christopher Peden is charged with 1 count of arson, which carries a potential prison sentence of up to 12 years in prison. Fort Wayne Fire Department was dispatched to a fire in May, just as the Fort Wayne Police Department officers were dispatched to reports of a stabbing. According to court records obtained by 21 Investigates, Peden told police that he was stabbed somewhere downtown and that someone had threatened him the day before. While at the hospital, Peden told an officer he was dishonest at the scene of the stabbing and that he wanted to be truthful. Court documents say he said that at about 2 a.m. he went into the garage and used a kitchen knife to cut off his genitals. Peden said he then poured gasoline on the dismembered organ and set it on fire, leaving the garage and walking away until he found police. At the scene of the fire, a fire investigator located a gasoline container and 4 lighters, as well as a nearby kitchen knife. Court records do not detail whether the genitals were located. Peden is due back in
that's
court
what I'm
next
worried
week
about.
to set dates for a trial.
Phil, if you can, just put that video right back in there and leave it frozen for us. Just do a little visual
Investigates
analysis here. You could argue maybe part of the genitals are hanging from her earlobes, as it looks like.
I was thinking that, you know.
I noticed that.
I think I'm thinking what happened is he saw a picture of this woman and cut off his genitals because she's hideous.
So, Sean, and Dawn, feel free to excuse yourself from the conversation for
It's
a
not
moment.
a nice thing. It's not a nice thing.
Sean,
to say.
you have
I'm
two.
not saying I'm being nice.
Sean, you have two options. You marry that, or you cut your genitals off, light them on fire, and start arson. What are you going to do?
Genitals are going off, and I'm starting a fire. That's fine.
Where did we find this news clip from? Was that like NPR Indiana?
No, it was from Tatooine. That was Jabba's palace right there. You know.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know the woman. I don't know. I'm just messing with her, but she's not necessarily attractive. I'm just gonna say that. Everyone's thinking it, so don't play this game where you're self.
Don't be mad because we say what you don't want to say.
Exactly. Don't get mad.
Okay. That's Karen. That's Karen. Put that woman on there.
He cut off his genitals and lit them on fire. Ha, 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 ha. Solo!
You kill me, man.
Yeah.
I leave here, my face hurts from laughing.
It's all right.
But my face is fat and it's out of shape.
We're
so that's
good.
probably
It's the
why it
Jabba
hurts.
button, right?
That's great. How about this for a follow-up? Actually, not a follow-up, but it's a newscast, and it's actually something that Dawn reported on either yesterday or Wednesday of two awful parents with children in deplorable conditions. Maybe there's probably new details out there. I'm not sure, but let's roll this, Phil. This is clip 8, and Dawn broke this yesterday in the 6 o'clock news, I believe, with parents. And I think there's visual to this, and now we can at least put some names to faces. And I'm guessing these two people are probably not the most attractive human beings, based on what they did to their kids. 6 ABC with this report: parents facing charges after two children found living in squalid Northeast Philadelphia home. Roll it.
Well, new at 4, an update to breaking news we first brought you 24 hours ago of two children removed from a Northeast Philadelphia home in deplorable conditions. Two parents are now facing a long list of charges. These are 44-year-old Megan Bach and her husband, 43-year-old Thomas Bach. The FBI executed a search warrant at the home on the 7100 block of Whitaker Street yesterday. And when they entered this home, the odor inside was so strong that they had to call a hazmat team. Investigators say the couple's 9-month-old and 5-year-old were living among dozens of cats and dogs, along with piles of trash and no running water. The children were taken to the hospital to get checked out.
You saw the mug shots right there at the end. If you want to, Phil, if you want to throw those back up, right there in the middle.
4-year-old Megan.
White trash.
Look at that.
Cuties.
Exactly how I would expect two people to look, where your house is so bad that they have to send in the hazmat unit. Why do people do?
That's nasty.
I would, if
I don't know how you could live with, why you would even want to live, why you would want to live in those conditions.
Right. Much less and then you have these children that are the victims of this that'll probably never shake that from their memory and their lived experience. If I'm a judge or I'm a prosecutor, I'm just repeatedly asking why. Why would you do that? What is wrong with, obviously there's got to be a mental illness, right? But look, these two look like satanic individuals. Firing squad.
No, I wouldn't doubt it.
Pull it out.
Yeah.
Firing squad.
Yeah. Put him in the chair.
What's
Zap him.
interesting about this case as well is that, so the feds they acted on the search warrant.
Oh, that's right.
This is the weird part. It's not being reported because I guess they're talking more to the local sources. So I don't know that there's an intended bias here to not talk about this as far as why they were initially called there. And it was that this couple's allegedly was making some kind of threat against terroristic threats or something of that nature against the White House.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did have that in your report.
I did have that. So I'm just trying to be fair here. It's very possible that by the time the media showed up, the only ones who were talking to were local sources.
Well, let's play the journalism omission game. let's say the same exact story, same exact alleged suspects were planning a terrorism event against the White House, but it was not Trump in the White House.
Yeah.
If Kamala was the winner 2 years ago, do you think that part would be omitted from the telecast on?
Nope.
No way.
Interesting.
No way.
Okay. There you go.
No chance.
How about this? Let's stay local and let's stay in Sean's backyard. Hell, right there in his own county, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Phil, clip 7. A Tennessee officer, how about this? This is good work. Uses dinosaur toys to reunite a nonverbal boy with his family. This is Murfreesboro Sergeant Travis Henderson. Clip 7. Roll it.
Clip 4. I have 25. He's going to be nonverbal autistic. Which one? Hey. You want this one? Okay, well, let's go buy some toys. Would you help me ring these up? He's an autistic kid and has run away, and he really wants these toys, so I'm going to buy him these toys. And he came in with this one.
That's fine. We got you.
But this is keeping him calm, so
that's
if
perfect.
that's what happens, that's what we're going to do.
Come on down, honey.
Body camera footage.
This started with a 911 call.
Yep.
Okay,
Autistic
you know how to do
boy
it?
runs from mom.
Murfreesboro Police Department calling it a moment of patience, understanding, and genuine compassion, which is precisely what it was.
Okay, he really wanted these toys, so I got him those toys.
And for those
You're welcome.
not able to see on YouTube, African-American mom, African-American disabled boy, and white sergeant in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. You know, Sean, I would have thought like sergeants in Murfreesboro, Tennessee were racist. I thought we were going to defund these people.
Yeah, they're basically Confederates from the Civil War, apparently.
Right.
You know, these cops.
Right.
No, MPD does a great job. Murfreesboro Police Department, they do a really good job. They are not the police. So I do live in Murfreesboro, but I don't live in Murfreesboro City. So they govern the city limits. So the cops that I deal with and the ones that came to my house, unfortunately, were Rutherford County Sheriff, because those are the ones, you know, whose jurisdiction we live under. But I have had some run-ins with good run-ins, obviously encounters with Murfreesboro Police, and they do a great job. And the law enforcement in here in Tennessee does a phenomenal job, and they're underpaid and underappreciated on all fronts. And that is why we spent so much time, and we're still spending time. I'm going to be back at it tomorrow at an event with Kenneth Barrett, who's running for Rutherford County Sheriff, the general election on August 6th. So obviously boosting morale and showing the appreciation, getting the guys, you know, the appreciation and leadership they deserve here in Rutherford County. So
now, is he a
great job by
character?
that officer.
Does he have any like Sheriff Grady Judd to him?
We call that Coyote Ugly.
Is he a piece of work or is he low key?
He's not like Grady Judd. I mean, he has the same. I would say he probably has a lot of the same viewpoints as Grady Judd. He's a good guy, though.
Report in the store.
And we'll get results. Most importantly, the number one thing that he's concerned with, and it's very concerning, is the morale of the department here.
Yeah.
And it has been bad since it's been bad for about 20 years.
Wow. So even pre defund the police and everything that we've been dealing with up here.
Because an outsider ran for sheriff here in Rutherford County and won many, many years ago, and cleaned house and destroyed morale at the department.
Okay.
And that sheriff actually wound up going to jail because of some sort of corruption that he was convicted of. And so what happened is, you know, just milquetoast people took over, and they have an issue with retention. So you're spending all this money onboarding new officers, and they're not sticking around because the culture at the department is so awful. So that's one of the things that, obviously, I want my officers here. I want them feeling good. I want them motivated. I want them to enjoy what they're doing. And then if a new recruit comes in, these cadets come in, I don't want them to experience a toxic work environment and leave. It's obviously a waste of taxpayer money. And when I was up there at the remote that we did in May for families beyond the badge. I was speaking to former law enforcement, and he said culture is everything in these departments. Yeah. If there's a bad culture, you can't retain people.
Yep.
It decreases the quality of the job performance. So, that's why we're really excited to see what happens when Kenny takes over and the morale that gets restored at the department and, the results. We'll see. Yeah.
And that's, you're talking about for Sergeant Travis Henderson, he credited his training. So in Pennsylvania, a friend of ours who's a good guy locally, this is Police Chief Pat Malloy of Abington PD.
Yep.
He's also the head, biggity big, as I say, of the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association. They are a very active group in training programs, just like the one that Travis was able to take advantage of, so that he knew exactly what to do. It came so natural to him to help this nonverbal autistic young boy in a really beautiful situation. But those, because of these different programs, like the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association, they partner with different municipalities online and in person, and they have dozens of these free courses for law enforcement officers.
Yeah.
So that's part of the good news. As we're talking about this, I have to implore myself to do a better job of talking about these programs, because you talked about culture. And that is important because we still are suffering in our communities across America because of the defund the police situation. Because young men and women don't want to go into policing because it's just like, oh, you want to be a cop? Why would you want to do that?
It's not just big cities too.
They get in.
Yep.
They get through the academy. They get ready and they are in a depressed work environment where they just don't want to go to work. And you're churning. There's so much turnover with these new recruits that are not staying. They're not retaining these people. And that's a waste of taxpayer money. You're sinking tens of thousands of dollars into onboarding these recruits that are leaving, shortly after joining. And this process just keeps repeating itself. So you need good culture. The community needs to appreciate police officers. And you need, obviously, a good work environment, good leadership in these departments. And that's one of the reasons why we saw, we are very excited about our guy here in Rutherford County, what he's going to do for the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office. And obviously you see Murfreesboro Police, which is a different department, and they handle Murfreesboro City. But this sergeant definitely trained properly and did a great job with that young boy. So.
Speaking of that, as well as today being National Crab Fry Day, where the FOP Charitable Foundation will make sure that families are taken care of with your $1 purchase of crab fries. And of course, we ride for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation for fallen first responders injured and killed and their spouses and family left behind. How about this? Clip 10. The tallest cop in America, sworn in Texas at the Kemah Police Department after receiving praise from another person who's incredibly tall, and that would be Shaq.
Everything's bigger in Texas.
Yes. Clip 10, Officer Wilmore, 7'3" tall. Imagine being pulled over for a speeding ticket by this guy. Roll it.
At Kemah City Hall, he is officially joining the department after graduating from the police academy and passing his state licensing exam. He's a big guy. At 7 feet 3 inches tall, Wilmore is believed to be one of the tallest, if not the tallest, police officer in the country. Awesome. Now, we first introduced you to him last fall as a police cadet as he worked toward his dream of serving the community.
I mean, I didn't really just become a police officer just to arrest people and, go look for this, but I just wanted to be the community officer as well.
How about that? Now, while he was preparing for his exam, he got encouragement and a visit from NBA Hall of Famer Shaquille O'Neal. We all love Shaq. Wilmore will officially be on the streets of Kemah as an officer starting on Friday. We wish him the very best.
I believe Shaquille O'Neal was also an officer at one point, or was officially... Shaq did something post-retirement where he did become an official cop, even if it was ceremonial for a day or something like that. By the way, 7 feet 3 inches tall. You're going to have to drive in an SUV. You can't ride in a normal cruiser, right? Like the Ford Taurus. Like, you're not going to fit in that thing.
they're going to have to like build a specialty vehicle for him.
That's amazing.
It's too tall.
Yeah. All right. Coming up next, I think Democrats are going to have a major meltdown when they get wind of this, as Harmeet Dillon is dispatching election monitors to 15 jurisdictions this fall across 6 states for the primaries to prevent fraud. Stay tuned. It's Kayal and Company. More on the cut sheet. But first, let's talk about those first responders. We hope that you are once again ready to participate, donate, and ride in the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up 2 weeks from this Sunday, July 26th. 65 miles from Philly to AC, 30 from Hamilton, 10 from Galloway, and of course, the family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. You can even register to ride with me and Team 1210. Here's how you do it. Visit bend2shore.org. When you sign up with the code NICK1210, they will knock $25 off the registration fee. That's bend2shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a local nonprofit that provides financial relief to families of fallen and injured first responders, fosters positive relationships between cops and kids, and provides mental and emotional well-being resources to all of our first responders.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready to unwrap your best health during the Rescue Natural Supplements Christmas in July sale event with savings up to 73% off. That's right. The season of giving is making a huge summertime comeback with site-wide slash pricing on over 50 research-backed formulas crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. From high-intensity omega-3s and doctor-recommended cholesterol balance to mobility, gut health, and even advanced cognitive support, now's the perfect time to take advantage of serious discounts and discover why thousands have trusted Rescue's quality and value for over 40 years. So celebrate Christmas in July with sale prices and save up to 73% off for a limited time. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE. You won't regret giving yourself the gift of finally feeling your best. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com for up to 73% off today.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough. Didn't have much to do. 99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets, just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit McCulloughsAutorepair.com.
It's bigger, it's better. It's the 4th of July sales event at Tri-County CDJR. This month, get up to 20% off MSRP on select new 2026 Ram 1500 models. Come find bigger deals and better value at 422jeep.com. Available on select models with approved credit. Customers must qualify. Plus tax, title, license, registration, and applicable government fees. Offers expire July 31st, 2026.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is 8:32. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. It's a fairish Friday. We are getting close to Fight Club. That is coming up just over 40 minutes from now. Fight of the week. 5 will enter. 4 can only head to the polls. You, and only you, decide who wins. It's all about your vote. And you can only vote once. And if you try to vote more than once, we're going to send out voting monitors. We're going to send Jimmy Kelly. We're going to send Phil Almquist right into your house. They're going to pull up to your laptop, and they're going to make sure that you only voted on the YouTube poll one time. And if you do it more than once, we're going to refer you for prosecution to the Department of Justice. We're not joking. We really will. Honest results and results that can be tabulated within minutes, not weeks. You understand, California? Clip 12. Let's get to this. I love this, and I don't care who's... And you know what's going to happen? The Democrats are going to peddle their fear. Chuck E. Cheeseburger is going to come out, and he's going to say, this is Jim Crow 12.0. You're going to have all of these progressives and socialists screaming from the mountaintops, Trump's trying to rig the midterm so he could stay in power. Here's AG Armeet Dillon on the plans for jurisdictions across multiple states this fall in the midterms. Roll it.
In 2026, in this upcoming primary season, the United States Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, as it has done for decades, is this year sending election monitors into 15 different jurisdictions in 6 states. And those states are Arizona, Michigan, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Hampshire, and Virginia. And we're sending the monitors into cities and counties where there may have been some problems in the recent elections. And so this is something that DOJ does routinely. So for example, in 2022, in the primary season, there were 9 jurisdictions in which the prior administration sent election monitors during the primaries. In 2024, similarly, there were, in that election, 27 different jurisdictions monitored by the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division. So this year, we're kind of in the middle of that with our 15. And what we hope to do here is increase voter confidence, make sure there are no language barriers or access to voting for Americans with disabilities, or sort of failure to make sure that the polling places are open correctly for the amount of time necessary, and that everyone has appropriate access to vote who should be allowed to vote. So this is an important goal that increases voter confidence, exercise of our oversight duty and our enforcement duty to enforce the Help America Vote Act, the National Voter Registration Act, the Voting Rights Act, a very important statute, and other civil rights statutes like the Civil Rights Act of 1960. So I'm proud to be helping organize this effort and send those monitors to help increase all citizens' confidence in the outcome of our elections. And stay tuned as we get towards the general election, where there'll be an even more expanded program for vote monitors, as DOJ has done for decades in our great nation.
All right, you can stop it right there. So 3, if you did not see on the YouTube graphic with the map, 3 red states, 3 blue states. So I don't want to hear, Farish, I don't want to hear from the left about Trump, because in 2022, there were 9 locations. That was under Biden. In the 2024 election, while Joe Biden was still technically president, there were 27, and now there will be merely 6 in 2026. If you're not cheating or attempting to cheat, then you have nothing to worry about. And if you are a legal registered voter and you have your proper documents, or a place that maybe doesn't even require documents, you have nothing to worry about. I don't want to hear the fear this November.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're playing by the rules, if you're in accordance with the law, there's no problem, right? And this goes back to this. Thought that we pick up on for a while here with the illegal aliens voting in elections, right? And it's like, well, how much of that's actually going on? Well, like I said, one is too much, right? It's the right to vote is reserved for citizens. And the left and the Democrats want to talk about putting ICE at polling places as that's supposedly going to suppress turnout. No, it's not going to suppress turnout. And by the way, if illegal aliens aren't voting in elections as you claim, then why do you care that ICE is at a polling place? ICE is only there to catch illegal aliens that are voting. Mm-hmm. If what you're saying is accurate and there are no illegal aliens voting in elections, then there's going to be no arrests made at polling places. Period. So it's they can't keep their story straight, and it's all about fear. Yeah. And the best way to influence the behavior of a group of people is to scare them. You saw that with COVID. And I mean, like even my favorite movie, right, Star Wars, where they say fear will keep the local systems in line. It's the same tool. You scare people, you could manipulate them to doing anything you want, right? So they're using fear here to try and manipulate their voters and the general public, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, think about this. If you're going to a concert or a sporting event, if you have no weapons on you or you have no plans on, I don't know, causing mass casualty, why do you care that there's a metal detector or people checking your bag? If a police DUI checkpoint is set up and you haven't been drinking and you're driving sober, you have nothing to worry about. Again, correct. There are things in place for a reason. And if you have no dirty intentions, no shenanigans planned, and no baggage, you have nothing to worry about. The fear peddling just never stops from that side, though. So there you go. Where do I want to go here? This is a Friday. We're kind of cleaning out the hopper here. Got a lot of things that have been sitting in here all week. You know what? Let's have a little fun with this one. This is a man, Phil, clip number 1. A man tries to get out of, speaking of DUI checkpoints, tries to get out of a DUI by telling the officer he just did leg day. So, like, later today, Dawn's going to be driving home after the Dawn show. She's going to get pulled over for speeding. Not really. And then she's going to say, I just did 30 miles on the bike.
Right. TMF.
TMF. Clip number 1. Let's hear this doozy.
That is called the starting position. Okay, you're going to stay just like that until I'm done explaining the exercise. It will not take long. Do not start or move until I tell you to. Do you understand?
It's only right now. My thighs are not that strong.
Okay. I mean, I've had 80-year-olds do this. I think you'll be all right. All right. All right.
Look at this.
Any questions for me?
I still all right, let's try. I worked leg day yesterday. Let's try.
So did I.
I did squats.
All right, let's go.
Yesterday was power clean day. Look at this guy. Oh, boy.
Yeah, look at your foot and count.
I'm not strong on my legs, guys.
This is me trying to get up the stairs in my house on a Saturday night.
Okay.
Oh, God. I'm telling you, that must be, honestly, like on a serious note, you want to lock these people up because they can kill somebody, much less kill themselves. But I'll tell you what, in the body cam footage era, I would find it hard for me to be going through that test with a straight face as an officer, as I've got somebody there. Now, he's not on the side of the road, so it's not like he's going to get clipped by a vehicle. He's in the parking lot of a gas station by the pumps. But that guy couldn't even move forward. He was so gone.
I've never seen a test like that.
What's that?
I've never seen anybody. Usually you have to walk the line. He has to lift a leg like he's doing ballet, second position or something.
I don't think he was told to lift the leg. I think he was so out of it
that's what he was doing?
that he was lifting his own leg.
He created his own test.
Phil, can you roll this back? Watch this. Okay. This guy's ad-libbing the test.
I think you'll be all right.
All right.
All right.
What?
All right, there he's trying. Dude, he's acting like he's on a balancing beam.
Any questions for me?
I still all right, let's try. I worked leg day yesterday. Let's try.
So did I.
All right, let's go.
Look at him. He's like the Karate Kid.
Yeah, look at your
I
foot
think
and count.
he was told to do that.
Oh, he was?
I'm not.
Okay.
Well, you look at the officer's looking at a watch. I think he's...
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You're going to be placed on arrest for DUI.
It's
And where did this happen? This is
why
Hillsborough County. I don't know where Hillsborough County is. Sounds like a Jersey town, doesn't it? Hillsborough? I could be wrong. Wow. So maybe they were trying to see if he could stay on one leg for 5 seconds and have some semblance of balance as to why he would be in that position.
He just did leg day, so, you know.
Yeah, he just did
Watch him.
He just did leg day.
Among other things.
Let's see here. How about this on police? Let's go to clip 6. And we're going to start this at 18 seconds, Phil, where a Waymo car delivers misbehaving teen passengers directly to the San Mateo police. How about Waymo? Kind of like vigilante justice. Clip 6. Let's see what we have.
Monday afternoon around 2, San Mateo police received a call about 2 teenagers in a Waymo causing chaos. Not from a concerned neighbor, but from a Waymo taxi itself. After a company representative noticed the 2 teenagers riding around town, drinking and shooting from an Orbeez water gun.
They saw what they described as a firearm in the vehicle, described it black in color, and at some point believed that the passengers were firing it outside of the vehicle, even at one point saying they believed they saw a recoil.
According to San Mateo Police Communications Manager Janine Luna, a Waymo representative monitoring the situation told the passengers the car was having mechanical issues and needed to stop. But instead, 5 police officers waited at a shopping center parking lot by El Camino Real and Highway 92.
Out of an abundance of caution, we conducted a high-risk traffic stop on the vehicle. Waymo did disable the vehicle for us in a location that we were able to set up safely. And at that point, we pulled them out of the vehicle, searched the vehicle, and then we found what we determined to be Orbeez.
They searched the car and then detained the 2 15-year-olds, later released back to their parents. The district attorney will now investigate pending video from Waymo, whether they press charges for drinking underage and threatening behavior. Real consequences, Luna says, for what many kids see as harmless fun.
Well, it's harmless until somebody feels threatened by it, right? Orbeez water gun, it's not illegal to have. What we find is happening is people are taking BB guns, toy guns, water guns, and they're painting them black to resemble real firearms. And that's the problem, because to an untrained eye, you're going to believe it's a real gun.
We reached out to Waymo, but have not heard back. Reporting in San Mateo.
Okay, so San Mateo, California, my guess is these kids will get off incredibly light, and that'll be the wrong approach. I want these kids to be... We need to go back to an era of scared straight. You think about all these teen takeovers that we have seen all summer and spring long. If you don't hit them with the book, they're never going to get it. And maybe if you do hit them with the book, they still won't get it. But at least from a prosecutor standpoint or a law enforcement standpoint, you can say, you know what? We did all that we could by the letter of the law.
Well, you scare them, right? You would say, hey, you do this as an adult. This is what's going to happen. You do a little scared straight, put them through the motions. And then you fine the daylights out of the parents. Okay?
Yes.
So that the parents come down on these kids and say, you just cost me $10,000, whatever it is, right? You just cost us because you painted a freaking water gun. Now, I believe there are certain laws against painting a toy gun to make it look like a real gun. Like, like they have the cap guns with the orange tip on it, so to indicate that it's not a real gun. Mm-hmm. If you remove that because it puts you at risk, that's illegal. So I don't know if there's, like in New York, there were rules and laws against that. I don't know what the story is in California, but I think we got to get back to the days of scared straight. And you got to crack down on the parents so that the parents crack down on the kids. Mm-hmm. That's the way it's got to be, I think.
Yep. So we have Fight Club coming up in just about 25 minutes, but it looks like clip 29, Phil, might have been a little female Fight Club.
Ooh.
And it was between two notables, Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, and pain in the ass, Caitlin Collins of CNN.
Oh.
Apparently this was a mic drop moment yesterday in regards to the economy and inflation, and the way perhaps Caitlin Collins would have asked the question like this to Jen Psaki or Karine Jean-Pierre versus how we know she asks questions to people like Caroline Leavitt. Clip 29. Let's roll it.
Mixed signals in terms of what that looks like. But on
inflation is down from where it was. As measured by the overall CPI, it has slowed to an average 2.5% pace. This is down from what the president inherited. The president inherited 2.9% in January. Today it's at about 2.5%. So we're trending in the right direction with more to come. And I would remind you, when President Trump left office in his first term, inflation was 1.7%. And the previous administration jacked it up to a record high 9%. So again, in 10 months, the president has clawed us out of this hole. He's kept it low at 2.5%, and we believe that number is going to continue to decline, especially as energy and oil prices continue to decline as well.
It wasn't high under Biden. They're just saying it's not.
Well, nobody reported on it being high under Biden. My predecessor was standing at this podium, but now you want to ask me a lot of questions about it, which I'm happy to answer. But I will just add, there's a lot more scrutiny on this issue from this press corps than there was. Well, and the previous administration said that too. My predecessor stood up at this podium and she said inflation doesn't exist. She said the border was secure. And people like you just took her at her word. And those were two utter lies. Everything I'm telling you is the truth backed by real factual data. And you just don't want to report on it because you want to push untrue narratives about the president.
Wow. Coming back from giving birth and swinging haymakers.
God, I missed her.
What, was that her first appearance back? I didn't even know she was back.
Yeah, she's been back.
Oh, okay. All right. She looks great.
She does.
Good for her. She really gave it to him or her. Caitlin Collins. Caitlin Collins kind of looks like a dude.
She looks like Scott Pressler.
You know, Scott Pressler. Yeah.
Not so much.
Caitlin Collins looks like Scott Pressler.
Don, you disagree? You don't see the resemblance?
Caroline Levitt returned to work. I had to look up the date. It was Monday, June 22nd, officially.
Okay, so she's been back a little over 2 weeks.
She's been back for a little bit.
7 weeks.
Yeah. There you go. All right.
Okay.
Well, speaking of other White House press secretaries, remember Kayleigh McEnany? Well, she's now doing stuff on Fox, and she went on a little bit of a tangent about the Republican Party needing to do a better job explaining what the Democrat Party now stands for, and that would be socialism. Phil, let's get a clip 24 as, what did Trump call her one time when he wasn't happy with her? He called her Milquetoast McEnany. Actually, we're going to do a little exercise with the press secretaries after this clip, but let's roll this. Clip 24.
Polls that way. There is something to that. We need to explain to people what socialism is. We have a great investigative unit on Saturday in America. We've done a deep dive into these DSA folks. They want to build a coalition of religious people with socialist values to defeat Christian nationalism. What is Christian nationalism? Okay. They want to defeat the moral fabric of this country, rip up Article 1, no Senate, rip up Article 3, no Supreme Court. When you end judicial review, you end the Supreme Court. They want non-citizen voting, no electoral college. They want to change the fabric of this country, rip up the constitutional foundation of America. That is what socialism is, and we need to educate people, to Lisa's point.
32-hour work week, too. Then New Green Deal. We should add that.
Although I'm okay with the 32-hour work.
Yeah, stop it.
Oh, there's our boy Jimmy Fallon.
Jimmy!
Oh, it's the Fail of 5. How about that? Let me ask you this.
How about it?
If you had to rank them, and you can't opt out of this, because I know you're going to say you love them all, how would you rank the 3 press secretaries that Trump has had in his 2 terms? Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Kayleigh McEnany, Caroline Levitt. I got to tell you, even though, again, we're talking about the skill set of the job, there was nobody better than Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I think she is the GOAT of these 3, and maybe Levitt won't be around for the next year and a half. Who knows? They tend to leave sometimes midway through a term. Give me Sarah Huckabee Sanders 1, McEnany 2, Levitt 3. And I think they're all really good. And I think all 3 of them have to have a certain toughness to not only be a Republican White House press secretary, but to be Trump's. Think about just the stern, grab the moment by the you-know-what ability that these 3 women have compared to low-energy people like Jen Psaki and Karine Jean-Pierre. Like the sheer tenacity and backbone of what Republican females have to do in that position compared to the softballs that the Sockster and the Binder used to get tossed up. It's not even close.
True.
Well, you forgot about Sean Spicer. You know?
Is he a Republican woman?
Well, he's, no. But he did a good job as Trump's press secretary for a little bit, and then SNL got him with Melissa McCarthy.
They really
I say what you want about SNL, but that was funny.
Yeah. Well,
I
will say something about SNL. It's unbelievable that
you also forgot about Anthony Scaramucci, who is a Republican woman.
The mooch.
So, yeah.
That's a bad job out of me. Yeah. I omitted men. Yeah. See, I'm not sexist. I give men the raw end of things. That didn't sound right.
But I think you're right.
My favorite, I think, gross, Nick. What?
Where's the ball pit?
Oh my gosh.
What?
The fact that you grabbed a clip of me saying, "Where's the ball pit?"
It's great.
Yeah, I remember when who was it? You just mentioned the female that they spoofed Sean Spicer with on SNL?
Melissa McCarthy.
Melissa McCarthy. Yet they would not dare touch parodying freaking Karine Jean-Pierre. And we know why. Because
she's a woman of color.
And she's gay. And she's gay. Right.
Gay.
Because that would
gay.
be, yeah.
Wait.
Why are you gay?
There you go.
When I came
greatest
out,
interview in the history of television.
When I came out publicly, when you speak about conservative women and the double standard, like I joked that I felt like, I was coming out of the closet, and so many conservative women say that. So yes, I think that women in this administration, especially in the Trump administration, they are held to such a high standard, and it's unfair. And of course, it's the biased media.
Well, and what do they say? All of the women in the Trump administration are weak-minded and soft.
Oh, yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
They're all flamethrowers.
That's right.
They're all pistols.
Yeah.
Shame.
He does not hire weak people.
No.
Because he knows, he flat out probably tells anybody that wants any position in his administration, you better have thick skin. Because if you're with me,
get ready for it.
They're coming for you.
Fake news is going to do a horrible thing to you. Right?
Yep.
They're going to say terrible things. Well, I mean, think about what they did to Sarah Huckabee Sanders. The media didn't do this, but the people on the left and commentators, they made fun of her weight. They were calling her fat, ugly, the whole thing. And I am no stranger to commenting on people's appearance, right? But the left is supposed to not body shame, right? So and all that. And so they were doing that to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, which was not nice. And you didn't see the media, condemning those comments. But if I said that Karine Jean-Pierre looked like she wore a mop on her head, well, you're racist. That's like a cultural hairdo. She's Haitian and all this. Well, good. She still looks like she wore a mop. So screw her and her stupid answers about why Joe Biden was bad at the debate. Well, it must have been jet lag and a cold. Really? I've had a cold. I've had jet lag. I've never had the two at the same time, but I have a feeling that if I did, I wouldn't sound like Biden. Oh, we finally beat Medicare. Yeah, come on.
It's amazing.
Come on. Come on.
I want to pick Dawn's brain just for a second. Dawn, you mentioned about coming out of the closet, so to speak, as a conservative woman, and you go from being in legacy media on all sorts of local outlets in big markets, in smaller markets, up and coming networks on Saturday morning nationally.
CBS. I was a host of CBS Saturday Morning for years. Yeah.
Did you, once that happened and you got into this format and it became public that you're a Republican, did you have any pushback from former colleagues that maybe were oblivious to the fact that you were a closet conservative? Or dare I even say, when you were at those places, did anybody ever have the suspicion that you were not liberal? I'm curious, what that dynamic was like.
No, when I first started out, one of my one of the main anchormen at the station, we had a conversation, and he and his wife knew immediately that because he was a conservative, and he and his wife took me out to dinner and said, "Dawn, whatever you do, don't let any of your colleagues ever know that you're conservative." And so but I was a registered independent. I did everything properly so that hopefully nobody ever, there's an old saying, if both sides are mad, if everybody's mad at you, you're doing your job so that you're just fair and independent. And so I worked very hard to be that way.
Yeah.
So I walked the walk. I registered as an independent, which as you know, in Pennsylvania here, for example, then I couldn't vote in the, in a lot of elections. Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Coming up next, the 9 o'clock hour on a fairish Friday. Always the most wild hour of the week as we wrap up another week of shows. We have Fight Club at 9:10. We have Fight of the Week at 9:15. Today in music history, the big three, all still on the way. It's Kayal and Company. 9 o'clock hour next.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Mark our nation's 250 years of resilience by building your financial strength. Open a First Harvest Credit Union growth savings account and earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with just a $1,000 minimum balance. And the best part? No withdrawal penalties. Your money is always there when you need it. Want even more ways to save? Check out our share and IRA certificates. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by a branch today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our Timeshare Exit Kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how Timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
When summer heat hits, the right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick, backed by 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime materials and labor guarantee. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour on a Friday morning, 9:04. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Of course, you can get us on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio app. Watch the show on YouTube. Fight Club's coming up in 5 minutes. Fight of the week right after that. Coming up later this morning, 11 o'clock, Tyler Robinson in court again. The final day of preliminary hearings for the Kirk suspect. A couple of clips on this that we didn't get to earlier in the show in the 7 o'clock hour when we were talking about the admissions, the confessions of Tyler Robinson to his transgendered, furry-wearing lover, Lance Twiggs. I want to get to 17B here, Phil, and then we'll go down to 22 because there was an unbelievable moment in court yesterday aimed directly at Erica Kirk. But again, we've been talking about this from every different perspective. But the last one that I think is important that shows how divisive and toxic politics can be, especially from the left, when you go to the extent and the extreme of calling people Hitler and Nazis and fascists. Let's get to 17B because Tyler Robinson's former roommate and lover, Lance Twiggs, told investigators that when Robinson discussed politics, it was usually related to DJT and policy. Let's hear it, 17B.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current policies being issued or voted on. I think. But yeah.
I'm actually going to call BS on a lot of what Twigs just said there. I find it hard to believe that if you are somebody who is in the LGBTQ plus community and you're wearing a furry, that if you're in a relationship with somebody who's plotting a murder of a political figure, an activist, a commentator, a podcaster, whatever you want to put Charlie Kirk under. I mean, I think he wore multiple hats and had different titles and positions. I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't discuss that. I mean, what do you think they're talking about? No tax on tips? No tax on overtime? I mean, come on. I'm going to call BS there on Twigs. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, I just think that he learned, he knew all of this, certainly by the morning of September 11th.
Yeah.
And so I understand that he's a critical witness and this is damning to get a conviction. But on the other hand, he should have immediately called 911.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he knew by the morning of September 11th, the day after on, 2025, he knew.
Yep.
That bothers me.
Yeah, same here. Sean?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, is the question that whether or not that Twigs knew beforehand? Is that the question? I think it was. I think Tyler kept it a secret the whole time, as evidenced in the texts. The keyboard note was hidden, and go find it. And how long have you been? Twigs asked him, how long have you been planning this in the texts? So I think Tyler may have kept it a secret for as long as he could. Right. And that Twigs didn't know about it beforehand, but I do have a problem with how long, I have a problem with his behavior after the fact.
Yeah.
And it was aiding and abetting in the words I'm looking for. And I'm sure they came to him and said, look, you were aiding and abetting a potential criminal here.
Right.
The guy who, we've charged with murder. Do you want to put up, we have evidence that you were doing that. You're going away too. And he just started singing.
Yeah.
And I think, that's what you got to do. You got to squeeze these guys and get the testimony that you need to put the other guy away.
Damn right. Last one on this 22A, Phil, an absolutely outrageous moment in court yesterday as Tyler Robinson's defense attorney, Michael Burt, lashes out at Erica Kirk. Let's roll this.
We spent the bulk of today and yesterday arguing about nothing to do with the evidence in the case, but with rights of third parties. And it's appropriate for the court to consider that. But at some point, I think the court has to return to the purpose of these hearings, which is to expeditiously hear the evidence and then determine probable cause. And I want to point out to the court, Ms. Kirk has been very adept at holding press conferences at which she has revealed evidence. She has represented that the state is her attorney. She has access to all the evidence that the state has publicized and that the media and her own lawyer argues is already in the public domain. So they're perfectly free to go outside this courtroom under the court's protective order. They're free to go out and hold press conferences and announce to the world outside the courtroom what they think the evidence is. They have the availability of that evidence. But the court's role, I think, at some point is to exercise some control, move the case forward, and especially when we have witness availability problems. And I'd ask the court, whatever the court does, if you're going to allow revisiting or replaying of evidence for the sole purpose of informing the world or Ms. Kirk or anybody else, that the court do it at the end of the process and not at this point where we will be deprived of our ability to call this witness, because she has to be done today.
How dare him?
Good, Don. Go.
What a loser.
Yeah.
Just shut up. Sit down and shut up.
Yeah.
This was the Kirk family, not just the widow, whose husband was brutally shot in front of the world and assassinated.
Yep.
But his parents, their only son, they're right there in court, and they had to get an attorney.
Yeah.
A-hole. They had to get an attorney to represent them for transparency, because the gripping video of the ex-lover of this accused scum assassin, they didn't want that video to be seen.
Yep.
They didn't want it to be public.
I know.
That's what they're mad about.
And how about like the demeanor of, well, Erica Kirk thinks the prosecution is her personal. Yeah, the prosecutor's job is to represent the victims in crimes, you dummy. Right. I mean, we all know that.
Quite literally, it's quite literally the state versus Tyler Robinson, is it not?
Yes. Thank you. On every document, right at the top of the page.
Like, that's what it says. What is this guy, like Jay Jones 2.0? Doesn't know how court works? Mm-hmm. I'm not even a lawyer and I know this.
Yep. Unbelievable. There you go.
Stupid.
All right.
I'm with Dawn. That guy's an a-hole.
I agree. Less a-holes. We'll get to Fight Club in a moment. I just want to push Fight Club off for like 2 minutes. I just found this clip in the news cycle today, and this is great. Phil, the one I sent to you. So DHS and agents of Homeland Security were doing investigations in Kansas City while the World Cup was going on, and they were able, and Dawn, you've highlighted this many times, all of the missing children during the Biden administration, right? Hundreds of thousands, correct. Well, they were able to rescue 8 of them during a World Cup match in Kansas City, and I believe this is courtesy of a newscast. Let's roll this, Phil. Phil, do we have it? I thought we had it. Oh, maybe we don't have it. Is Phil back there? Phil? Going once? Going twice? I don't know if we have it. Jimmy, do we know if we have it?
Jimmy Kelly?
Does anybody want to tell me?
I can't really tell if we have it or not. No.
Phil, can Phil jump on the mic? If not, we'll go to Fight Club. We can do that. Do we have Fight Club ready?
9:13.
Did Phil pass out from eating crab fries? Is he in a diabetic cheese-induced coma?
By the way, I had to bring my...
I don't know.
I had to bring my huge tub of crab fries and that cheese because I had to bring it to Jimmy. I hope you don't mind, because I was just like, I'll sit here and eat the whole thing. It's so addictive.
They are. How about that, though, by the way? The fact that you could become a millionaire, and I don't know if Pete Cherokee is a millionaire, but I'm guessing he does pretty darn well. Yeah. With just French fries with Old Bay seasoning. Well, why do I always miss out on these opportunities? I go into radio. There's no money left in radio. I'm always a day late and $1 short. The story of my life. My timing is impeccable.
You got to do what you love. Yeah, that's the truth, right? Yeah. That's what we all tell our families, our kids. Do what you love. And so he and his wife love great food. But it's also like not just the crab fries. It's all the crustaceans, whatever you want to say, mussels and lobster and
love it.
Good stuff.
All right, Phil, are we able to go to Fight Club? I don't want to go to Fight Club if we don't have the fights ready, because I know Phil's trying to pull this clip. But okay, yes, I see him scrolling, so it looks like we do have Fight Club. All right, Jimmy Kelly, let's get to Fight Club for today, and then we'll do Fight of the Week.
So much for getting to that on time. Welcome to a Kayal and Company Crab Fry Friday Fight Club. Asking the question, where did our picture of Miller Lite go? Did it go to one of the other radio stations? You know, the ones that talk about the Eagles or are getting ready to play Christmas music in October? We'll never know. What we do know is fights equal ratings. And let's improvise here with "You got knocked out. Left, left, left. Mighty blow, mighty blow, mighty blow, mighty blow." You could tell it's Friday, can't you? Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jimmy Kelly. A man who would never hold a grudge against other Odyssey radio stations in this building.
I have no grudge against anybody. I love everybody.
Of course you do.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Looks like we have what could be an elevator fight where a female is going to come off of the elevator into what I believe is some sort of hallway, and then all of a sudden the women's WWE Royal Rumble breaks out. I'm not sure if this is like a sorority house or a girls' camp. I'm not sure who submitted it. Of course, nobody would tell me these things because, this is our first day doing the segment, so we got a lot of kinks to work out.
Right.
But I'll just to make the assumption that it's been edited, the curses have been bleeped in, and we won't have to hit the dump button. Let's go to a bunch of chicks throwing down here on a Friday Fight Club. Open the door. Oh, no, they're going into the elevator. Now they're spilling out into the hall. Oh, here we go. It is the Royal Rumble. That's what I said. Oh, yeah. Wow. This is Becky Lynch. That's Charlotte Flair.
Look at this.
Oh, we got the hair pull.
A little fat. Some jiggly.
Uh-huh.
Some rolls.
Oh, there's a thong. Yep.
I saw some Daisy Dukes.
Oh, yeah. Now this girl's covering her head.
Little halter tops. Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh,
yep. And the elevator door is still open. Now there's EO Sky. Look at that. How about that?
EO Sky, yeah.
Yeah, they held the door open too. The elevator fight club. I like that. And it is like a female Royal
dancing
Rumble.
that provoked all that here.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, we never know what led. Often we don't know what led up to it.
I'm telling you though, the chicks they're diabolical. I mean, it's straight up grab the hair and then slam the head repeatedly into a hard object where the head is always going to be on the losing end of.
Always.
You know, dudes throw haymakers, but chicks like to slam the head into floors, desks, chairs. I'm telling you, Dawn, one day I'm going to be proven right. All women secretly hate each other.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going on. It's part of this age of, I don't know, women and girls, I don't know, not living a purpose-driven life.
Women kicking their boobies down the street.
Exactly right, man.
What is happening?
It's just an angry society. I really do think there's a lot of people walking around that are just bitter at the world. They hate their life.
Yeah.
They feel like they're a victim. They've been wronged. You know, you looked at me the wrong way.
They kicking their boobies down the street.
I know.
Women walking around with their boobies dangling.
Yeah.
But seriously, I just, in all honesty,
I love that clip.
I know.
You can take it if you'd like. I don't have copyrights on any of this. Steal whatever you want, sir.
Good one.
She said it. It's real.
That's
It's not
Joy,
fake.
That's Joy
It's
Reid.
real.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's, I'm telling you, I want a Bernie Sanders sex scandal so bad.
Oh.
I just want to have on tape Bernie Sanders, show me your boobs.
Like Howard Stern used to do.
Do you know how to twerk?
All of your clothes now, and I will pay you your fair share.
We are going to play Naked Twister.
Yeah, Jesus, our friend Jesus says.
And bra.
It's the culture.
Right hand bra. Who wants to play strip poker? Ante up.
Strip poker. If you show me your top 1%, I will show you my bottom 99%, and I will pay you your fair share after we do the horizontal mambo where we will fight the oligarchy together.
I think the guy's a total banger.
Don't want to see that shriveled policy.
No, I don't. It's a Friday. I've got crab fries in my gut and my brain.
We've lost it.
That's silly.
Yes, it is silly, Elon. Thank you. Imagine if Elon just loaded up the Odyssey app right now and he started tuning in. He's just having a good old time on a Friday. He's like, I've got all my work done for the week with SpaceX. Yeah, it's a good question.
Oh, man.
What are you going to do?
Okay.
All right. Jimmy Kelly will take a break. We're Kayal and Company, Tucker. Yeah, we can actually have fun. We don't need to just throw garbage at the wall and pretend we never said it. We'll come back and we'll get to Fight of the Week. So Friday's submission is the Elevator Female Fight Club. We will re-rack for a refresher Monday through Thursday. We will whittle one away, and then we'll let you vote in the YouTube chat with the poll. Kayal and Company, Fight Club, Fight of the Week. Coming up next, back after this.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app?
Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SMART to borrow up to $10,000.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
It's bigger, it's better. It's the 4th of July sales event at Tri-County CDJR. This month, get up to 20% off MSRP on select new 2026 Ram 1500 models. Come find bigger deals and better value at 422jeep.com. Available on select models with approved credit. Customers must qualify, plus tax, title, license, registration, and applicable government fees. Offers expire July 31st, 2026.
My name is Joanne Mattia, and I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. The closer you are to retirement, the more you realize that that paycheck is not going to be coming in anymore. The best thing to do is to contact Crash Proof Retirement. The Crash Proof Retirement system helps me actually to fight inflation. The fact that I can take money out monthly for my monthly expenses and still have the bulk of my money available to me and still earning interest is very, very important to me. It's not something that is stagnant. It's always growing. I have a history with Crash Proof Retirement, and it's been one of confidence and reliability. I'm retired now, and I don't worry about my income, and I don't worry about my expenses, and that's what's the most important to me.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Oh, okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yeah, 927, Kayal and Company, Fairish Friday. Fight Club in the books for a Friday. Fight Club's Fight of the Week in a moment. Today in music history, Big Three. I guess the entire family's watching the show this morning on YouTube because Olivia sends me a text. If I don't have crab fries when you arrive, it's going to be a rough ride to pitching clinic. I love my 11-year-old just laying down ultimatums.
I know you have to take her to that important clinic,
which I have to pay. By the way, Dawn, you want to guess what you want to guess what a 30-minute pitching session costs?
$150.
Wow, you nailed it to the T.
Been there, done that.
My Olivia's like, Olivia goes, oh, can we do an hour? Yeah. You want to pay for another? Yeah, you want to pay for the other $150? What do you think, you're Roger Clemens?
$50 an hour minimum wage.
Oh, God.
So my number 3 is exclusive video of Nick Kayal on a golf course. I'll just leave it there. This is good stuff.
That's your number 3.
That's going to be my number 3 in the Big 3.
My number 1 is the black coffee from Dunkin' Donuts today, and my number 2 is the crab fries. If you pick up on the number game we were just playing there, my number 1, my number 2. Those are my personal problems, and those will be later today for my own facilities. All right, Jimmy Kelly, let's get to Fight of the Week.
Kayal and Company Friday Fight Club 5. Your chance to vote for the Fight of the Week. And remember, fights equal ratings. And Nick, enjoy the crab fries. Don't forget to bring them back to your daughter, or you get knocked the F out, man.
I might. I'm going to have a fight club. St. Kristen might be filming on the front porch of the house. All right,
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
That's right. Come in the right place.
You're Alex Jones.
So good.
You should be kissing my ass. The Florida in the water turned the frickin' frogs gay.
Why are the frogs gay? Why are you gay? So, Monday.
Why are you gay?
We got a snort
in the history of television, by the way.
It was a snort. That was me. Put me on the board for a snort.
Because he goes this 3-line. Why are you gay? Then he goes, you are gay. You are transgender.
This is the greatest interview of all time. I can't believe that really played out.
An hour.
I know. So Monday, we had what looked like a fight that was in a yard, but then it looks like it's near a train track.
Yeah.
Police got involved. And again, this was North Charleston, South Carolina. Phil, let's roll where the officers were being assaulted and needed plenty of backup. And here we go again. We had no audio for this because of the stupid music dubbed in. People have got to stop dubbing in bad music to good fights. And I take no pride in saying this is a good fight because an officer is being assaulted. And then thankfully, the officers are pulling out tasers and tasing these losers. Sean, he's got his knee on his chest because, that scumbag is assaulting a female officer and dragging her around like a rag doll.
He dropped his knee right on his face.
Look at that. Just awful. I'm telling you, man. And it's not, and I don't know, is North Charleston a blue city? I have no idea. Is Charleston in general?
South Carolina?
Yeah. Is Charleston?
Yeah, it's a blue city.
Is it? Okay.
That's a blue city.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So blue city, red state. Yep. We've seen that before.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Dawn, do you have ties to Charleston? Or is that Raleigh I'm thinking of?
Yeah, Raleigh and Charlotte. Well, we lived in North Carolina from the time I was 10 to 15-ish.
Were you in Charlotte too?
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's beautiful. It's a shame to see what it's become. Yeah, but surprise, surprise, that's what happens when you elect certain parties.
Hopefully Michael Watley fixes things.
That's right, former RNC. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Tuesday, where I believe we have and Sean identified this with us earlier this week. This was in Memphis, outside of the late night bar scene. Let's roll Tuesdays. Yeah, this is the guy that just kept getting knocked out.
You knocked this guy?
Yep. This guy's taking out everybody. It's like Obafemi.
He is Obafemi. He's the ruler.
Yep. Yep. Memphis, man.
Animals.
Great barbecue, Elvis, and get the hell out when the sun sets.
Holy cow.
Yep. Now, see, if I'm that chick with that long ponytail, I use that as a weapon. I'd swing that thing around. Yeah, like Bianca. That's right. And Sean and I just dropping wrestling references left and right. Audience is like, who are they talking about? Yeah. Beautiful pair of Jordan 11s have been ruined. Yeah.
You could. Sami Zayn got done dirty, huh?
He did.
Was he champion for a week?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, you couldn't pay me to be a Memphis police officer. I mean, honest to God, I think, I'm trying to think of where I would actually be willing. I'd have to work in a municipality that pays well over $100,000 a year to be an officer.
You would do well in the Hamptons.
Yeah, I'm going to be an officer like in the Hamptons. $150,000 salary, and the biggest crime is what? Somebody threw out a Starbucks wrapper out the window?
Yeah, speeding through a school zone or something like that.
Right.
Nice.
Can you imagine being a Memphis officer? And again, my math is always wrong when it comes to salaries. I don't know. What's an entry-level Memphis PD officer straight out of the academy earn? I don't know. I'll say $62,000. Could you imagine doing that and living paycheck to paycheck? I'd love to know what a Memphis... And remember, Trump sent in the feds to Memphis. That was one of the places where...
You saw National Guard, and you saw them in that video. There was the National Guard.
That's correct.
Memphis, upon graduation and assignment, then the base pay is $61K.
I missed it by $1,000. Yeah. That's as good as I can do. I can't do any better than that. You imagine doing that? Imagine working the third shift for $61,000 and having to pick people up off of each other in the middle of a cobblestone road outside of a cool establishment or a row of probably really cool bars. I couldn't do it. I'd go home miserable.
Starting salary. If you're hired by Memphis Police Department and successfully complete the academy, you can expect to earn starting salary, police officer 2, first year, $65,661, hourly rate, $31.57 an hour. So there you go.
Yeah, I think they pay. It's like $57.58, but then once they graduate, they get 61, and then it goes up from there.
My God.
I always say, why not pay cops and teachers the $174K and Congress members?
Amen.
Pay them $57.
Amen. And let's see who wants to run for office.
Yep.
And make America better, or to fix the wrongs of the past and all this nonsense. Yeah, nobody would be doing it. By the way, kudos to the people that go into like real local, super, uber, ultra, like grassroots stuff. Mm-hmm. I got a guy at my golf course who's the mayor of Conshohocken, and I'm not even sure that it's a paid position, but like they just like, so what do you like? What exactly do you do? He's like, well, we make sure that the budget goes towards fixing the parks and things like that. I'm like, is it paid? And he's like, and he wouldn't answer. So it's either paid terribly but like he doesn't do that. It's like a side hustle for him. It's like he's got his financial job during the day, and it's like one of those things where you probably meet like twice a month. That would be probably a rewarding thing to do, right?
So I looked it up. It is part-time, but like you said, side hustle was correct.
Right.
Their budget allocates $25,000 annually, but that covers the combined salaries of the mayor and the borough council members. So it's
there you go.
Basically a volunteer gig.
Correct. Let's go to Wednesday's Fight Club. This was another street brawl from parts unknown.
Live with the urban camper downtown.
Oh, this is the guy broadcasting. Yeah, he's doing our job.
It's going on. You're live with the urban camper. And it is going down in Orlando fight night.
Orlando.
This has got a bunch of Orlando. This has got a bunch of
urban campers
here.
Fighting Robin.
Two things to do in Orlando: go to Disney or end up on Fight Club.
Oh, it's still on. Round 3.
Round 3.
Yeah. Oh, the rabbit punch. Yeah, I remember that. The sucker punch to the back of the head. Cowardice. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh.
Hell yeah, dude. Record that.
Yeah, we're recording. Oh, that's right. Here comes the chick with the big keister.
Yep. Both eyes coming in.
Yep. Oh, he's down again. Yeah. Yeah. Throw in the towel, Rock.
And that is a KO.
Here's the KO. That's it.
Hold on, there's another one.
Here's another. Yep, there we go. Yeah. Spreads like a variant. There's no vaccine for Fight Club, by the way.
None.
But if Pfizer could create one for profit, they would.
Look at the hair on this guy behind there. He's
Yeah.
got a starfish on his head.
Yep. There you go.
Too many fights to cover.
I agree. That's why we do Fight of the Week. It's unbelievable. And then Thursday, the Gavin Adcock concert, country artist in Alabama, where even the good old boys, occasionally they have a little too much brown water, and you start to throw down. Thursday, roll it. Oh, this was the vicious head stomp. Yep. Everybody's got the cowboy hat on and the boots. This would never happen at a Jason Aldean concert. A man of the correct politics, faith, and family, and bangers.
I don't know about faith, Jason Aldean.
No?
I mean, he cheated on his wife.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, the woman he's with now is his second wife who he cheated on first wife with.
Okay.
Purple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll amend that. Hardy. Would never happen at a Hardy concert. No way. Man of faith.
I mean, the fight may not have happened at an Aldean concert. It's, faith and family. Guy kind of played fast and loose with those two principles.
Didn't Morgan Wallen throw a chair off of a Nashville rooftop bar that hit people down
I think
below?
he threw a chair off Eric Church's bar. Just threw it onto the street.
Right.
Because Morgan Wallen can't handle his liquor.
Right. Like a baby. And because every country artist in Tennessee has to own a bar on Broadway in Nashville.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. I think it was Eric Church's bar, I think, that he tossed the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I think he threw it right off the roof.
Yeah. All right. So there you have it. We have the police with the train tracks on Monday. We have the Memphis bar scene on Tuesday. Orlando street fight Wednesday. Country concert Thursday. Elevator females only Friday. Do we want to omit just the Orlando street fight since we get kind of a little bit of that with the Memphis bar scene? Should we get rid of Wednesday?
Sure.
Okay. We'll get rid of Wednesday. So now we'll vote. We have Monday, Phil, for the YouTube chat. Monday, let's go, if you want to label it, police on the train tracks at Teen Takeover. Tuesday, the Memphis bar scene. Thursday, the country concert in Alabama. Friday, the female elevator fight club. I'll start with Dawn Stensland. Dawn, what is your choice?
I like today's.
You go today.
I saw some Daisy Dukes. I saw the one lady, she had these women were all dressed up. She had around her waist, she had a waist, a bracelet. They were all, their hair was all done.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with these women? But I'll go with the Vader.
All right, Vader. Dawn is going with the females, playing to the gender here. Sean, your thoughts? Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
We got rid of, what was Wednesday? Was that the Orlando one?
Yes, the Orlando street fight. So Monday's the police
so
with the
Monday,
train.
Tuesday, Thursday.
Tuesday's the Memphis
country
bar.
one. That's out.
Yep. Okay.
The country one's out. Bad camera work on that one. A little blurry. Trying to figure out what song the guy was singing. Fight was Monday was a good one with Teen Takeover. Tuesday was Memphis. I was biased because I sent that one in. But I got to go with Dawn's pick because I think the elevator dynamic, they were on the floor.
Yeah.
A lot of fighting.
Okay.
A lot of different, it was a pretty diverse fight. So give me Friday. Give me the Friday female cat fight with the elevator.
I don't disagree with that, but for the sake of shaking it up, I will go Monday because anytime I see police rightfully and legally using a taser on scumbags That goes to the win for me because I want these teen takeovers to be eradicated from American culture. Give me Monday for the win. You can vote on YouTube.
Friday is cleaning up right now, by the way.
So
that means what will happen is someone's going to accuse the Friday fight of raping someone else and get it thrown out of the race.
Or what could happen is it takes us a while to get results, and then all of a sudden there's going to be a late dump.
Next week.
There's going to be a late dump for Monday, and then people are going to
prefer an early dump.
Well, when you've been eating what I've been eating, you dump early and often. All right, there you go.
Yeah.
We'll come back.
Late dump is bad. Early dumps are good.
Exactly.
They start the day off right.
Yeah.
Take a load off.
Yes. One final clip when we come back. Phil has it ready. DHS rescuing 8 missing children in Kansas City during a World Cup event. This is great work, and shame on anybody that wants to go after DHS and ICE and things like that. We'll do that. We'll do the music. Big 3. Stay there. We're back after this.
Hey, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Piazza Auto Group are looking to adopt a local animal shelter, and it could be yours.
You know, our friends at Piazza Auto Group believe in giving back to the communities they serve. For years, they've supported local animal shelters that work tirelessly every day to rescue, rehabilitate, and adopt homeless animals.
And we're looking for one deserving shelter to become the beneficiary of our year-round fundraising efforts, donation drives, community outreach, adoption events, and on-air support to help provide much-needed resources, all to help more animals find loving forever homes.
If you're a decision maker, volunteer, or staff member at an animal shelter or rescue organization in Philadelphia or the suburbs, we'd love to hear from you. Visit 1210wpht.com/Piazza Pets and tell us why your shelter should be selected as our partner.
Because when a community comes together, amazing things happen. Piazza Auto Group. Just visit 1210wpht.com/Piazza Pets.
All right, guys, Nick Kayal here. If you're tired of cheap, mass-produced junk, well, then I'll tell you where to go. Bucks County Estate Traders, that's right. If you're looking to cap off your outdoor living space this summer, your deck, your patio, go where I went for my patio set. Bucks County Estate Traders, great experience. Did it right before Memorial Day, and it didn't matter, inside or outside. They were there to take care of me with everything that I needed and Kristen wanted. Shop over 16,000 pieces, high-end furniture. It's the kind of quality craftsmanship that has withstood the test of time. It doesn't matter your style, classic, modern, rustic, traditional. You're going to find those stunning pieces that fit today's homes. Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you take it home the same day. And they have all the technology as the big box stores do. Every piece comes with a QR code, which displays details instantly. Expert staff, the best in the business, no pushy salespeople. Why is that? Because Matt Stanella, he won't hire them. They're straight shooters who know their stuff. Pro tip, you check out their website, you call ahead. Those pieces on display, ready to go when you arrive. You say, hey, Matt, I'll be there Tuesday night, 5:45 when I get out of work. Take it to the bank. It'll be there ready for you. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by the showroom in Hatfield.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GUIDA.com. Kia of CherryHill.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new gas-sipping Kia. Get up to 53 miles per gallon on our huge selection of K4s, K5s, Seltos, Sportage hybrids, Sorrentos, and more. And with MSRP starting under $25,000, anyone can afford to start saving money at the pump today. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com. Again, that's KiaofCherryHill.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Get ready for Men at Work. You better run, you better take cover. And Toad the Wet Sprocket. Live in concert. Be this close. Friday, July 31st, Event Center at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Walk on the ocean. Get tickets now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Men at Work and Toad the Wet Sprocket.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, 9:51 as we get ready to wrap it up today in music history, and the big 3 on the way. Sean's going to head off to do his show in just a few moments. Want to wrap up the cut sheet, though, with one final clip as DHS and ICE, Homeland Security, doing great work in the community and finding 8 missing children Kansas City while the World Cup is going on. Clip 45. Let's roll.
It's been nonstop.
We have people working 7 days a week, 12 to 16 hours per day, but we get the mission done.
For agents at the Homeland Security investigations during the World Cup in Kansas City.
I think the hardest part was just getting to this point. The planning, again, over time, month after month, week after week.
Since the tournament began, agents have dialed in on human trafficking operations, arresting 14 people, identifying 9 victims of human trafficking, and recovering 8 missing children.
Unfortunately, most of these children are runaways, and they are reported missing by their families or their care providers. However, they end up on the streets. They end up with these traffickers who put them available for these human trafficking, events.
The kids found were mostly teens and several from the KC Metro.
We find them, every day. So the best thing that we can do is have people keep an eye on your kids.
HSI also seized a little more than $435,000 worth of counterfeit World Cup items, like jerseys, T-shirts, and flags.
Just amazing. There you go. How about that? Imagine calling them the Gestapo and ICE out and all this other stuff. DHS is only trying to make our lives safer, and you're against that.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Right.
All right.
It's crazy.
Yep.
Craziness.
All right, brother. Good stuff. We'll let you do your show. Have a great weekend, pal.
Love you, Sean.
All right. We'll see you on Monday.
All right, brother.
See you later.
There he is, Sean Farish. As we wrap up the cut sheet, and now it's time for Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 10th, we celebrate the birthday of Rick Emmett from Triumph. Heavenly birthday shouts to Ronnie James Dio, as well as Sandy West from the Runaways. So Could Where You Going Now by Damn Yankees in 92, and Deceiver by Judas Priest in 76. Adam Could Little Gains by the Yardbirds in 67. A Hard Day's Night by the Beatles in 64. And Foreign Tongues actually getting released by the Rolling Stones today. Also in 2012, Slash got a star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 84, former member of the Derek and the Dominoes, Jim Gordon, was sentenced to 16 years to life in prison after being found guilty of murdering his mother. In 79, Chuck Berry was sentenced to 5 months in jail after being found guilty of tax evasion. In 74, David Bowie played the first of 5 shows here at the Tower. Those recordings were used to make his David Live album released later that year. And in 68, Eric Clapton announced Cream would break up after that tour. But lastly, this is your weekly reminder that Timeshare has a show on Saturday nights this week in music history every Saturday night between 11 and 1, only here on PHT.
All right, let's get to Phil.
Well, we just went to Phil.
Thank you, Greg.
Yes, exactly. There he is. H-Air with the music, as now we get to Dawn Stensland and her Big Three.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
Big Three this Friday, July 10th. Big Three number 1, the National Weather Service. Yes, issuing flood alerts for later today with some pop-up storms looming. Muggy, hot with a high of 90 degrees. Right now we're at 81 degrees, but let's take a look at last night's flooding. Man, crews across the region cleaning up after yet another round of storms. Heavy rain causing all that flooding, and those flash floods struck big time in South Jersey again. Stranding drivers, renewing concerns after a similar storm obviously caused widespread damage earlier this week. Crews clearing the debris like the branches, clogging all the sewers, helped drain the streets, reduce the flooding as that storm moved through. So I will say this, tonight is not supposed to be as bad as we've seen earlier this week, but still, it sucks, especially on a Friday night.
Look at the little 2-door Honda Civic going through there. Like, I understood in the beginning, okay, there's the guy with the Dodge Ram. All right, you have a Dodge Ram, you could probably get through there. Hey, watch this one lady coming up here. Oh, all right, SUV, I can see.
See.
Now look at that. Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Little Honda, you got no shot.
Now, here's the thing. I know that in some cases we've talked about where a flash flood, just you're on the road and it creates that.
Right. And nothing you can do about it.
But some of this video thanks Dan Borowski put this together.
Yeah.
Some of it clearly they're choosing to drive through it.
Right.
Don't do that.
No.
People.
No. How many times have we seen?
Street. You can see cars slowly trying to push through. One driver decided at the last second that it might not be safe and maneuvers onto the sidewalk. Many other streets had similar issues. It's the reason Camden County Police posted on its Facebook page this traffic alert, urging residents to avoid nearly a dozen roads and intersections.
Yeah. Well, the average IQ of somebody in Camden is 9, so I can understand why Camden might have to post that on their Twitter feeds.
Ew. Yeah, so speaking of which, don't drive through any of the flooded streets, even if you think you can make it. And we also, unfortunately, beware of going in the water. No, it's not Jaws. Dun, dun, dun. It's not a shark.
Put your clothes back on, my dear. Out, I said, how didn't you hear me?
The floating dookie.
Duty.
Who let Biden in the pool? That's the pool where he met Corn Pop. That's like corn poop.
Ew. So we do have reports, yes, of fecal matter and nasty bacteria, high levels of it, has forced the closure or warnings at, New Jersey beaches.
Wow.
So beaches closed to swimming. Yesterday we saw this, and you got to just watch for this. So
I can freaking smell it.
Ew.
Yeah.
Enterococci, a type of bacteria that is an indicator of possible contamination. It's enterococci or cocci. I don't know if I'm saying it right.
I think that's right.
Enterococci. Did I say it?
Enterococci.
Caca.
Yeah.
Ooh, stinky.
Yeah.
So seriously,
too important to this radio station.
Seriously though, I mean, New Jersey. This is the environmental protection. Folks saying they've been testing the water, retesting the water, and they've said that the results are in, and unfortunately, high levels of bacteria and fecal matter because of the stormwater runoff and the rain. So it's forcing some watches and warnings and closures of many New Jersey beaches.
I've told my wife this, that I have no interest in going in water anymore, period. It used to be I was only pro-ocean.
Yeah.
I would never go in a river or a creek. I was kind of like out on pools.
What a weird thing.
Yeah, like I'm done. Like you could tell me you have a saltwater pool. You can tell me you have extra chlorine. Water parks. Like I took the girls on vacation. When I was on vacation, we went up to Dorney Park, and they wanted to go in the wave pool. I'm like, why? It's like a giant bathtub. And I'm like, no, it's disgusting.
Oh, it's so much fun.
And now the ocean's been tainted. I'm good. The only water I want is water to drink and water to shower with. That's it. I'm out of the water business.
Out of the water.
Yep.
Let's go to Big 3, number 2, Marco Rubio. Another job for him because he's our number 2 right here. Not really.
He's got more jobs than Stocker.
Right? So Marco Rubio stepping up, speaking out just this morning within the past hour. Unbelievable. And condemning a certain governor after a non-citizen illegal child rapist from Laos who was all teed up and set for deportation until Minnesota, don't you know, Governor Tim Walz, Democrat, and the State Board of Pardons granted this child rapist clemency.
Every day this stuff happens, man.
So Secretary of State Rubio steps in. So here he is speaking out about this and terminating, as Secretary of State, he has the power to terminate somebody's legal status in the United States. So thank you for getting her done. But here's Marco Rubio speaking out just this morning.
Just weeks ago, a convicted sex offender and a foreign national was shielded from deportation by the governor of Minnesota. Laotian national Tu Li Vang was convicted of repeatedly sexually abusing a 10-year-old girl in the state of Minnesota. He even tried to pay his victim for her silence, and he called his heinous crimes a minor thing. Just days before this foreign sex offender was scheduled to be deported, Tim Walz, the governor, issued him a pardon, setting him free to once again endanger the children of America. Well, this week I revoked his legal status in the United States, and as a result, federal agents took him into custody, and as of today, he has been removed from the United States. Because of our action, this foreign criminal will never pose a threat to any American ever again. Americans must never be forced by their elected leaders to live alongside foreign sex criminals who have no right to begin with to reside in our country. This administration will always stand with the American people and defend them from violent criminals.
Can you imagine even trying to rationalize that as Tim Walz or defend that as a Tim Walz supporter?
It's gross. And this guy, when Secretary Rubio says he tried to pay his victim, you know how much he tried to pay her? $10. $10, saying to police, and this, here it is. It just, it makes my blood boil.
Yeah.
It's in the police report, which Governor Walz would have the access to all of the police reports and everything.
Right.
Telling police, quote, it's a cultural thing to have sex with girls as young as this.
It's become a cultural thing as a Democrat to basically turn a blind eye to any crime in order to possibly get a vote.
And here's the thing, this was going on with this guy, again, convicted and, wanted in his home country of Laos. But here's the thing, this was happening, according to all the court records, since 2002. Let me ask you something. Do you think that this was the only victim?
No.
The one 10-year-old?
Of course not. Of course not. No. Multiple.
It's sick.
Multiple, for sure.
It's just gross. Thank you, Secretary Rubio.
I just don't get it. The worst crime any human can commit is the sexual exploitation and crimes against minors. I mean, in jail, like, you die for that. They will kill you. Yet Democrats in society will vote for people that still give these people the benefit of the doubt. Let that sink in for a moment. So don't ever clutch your pearls again, Democrats. I don't want to hear it. You vote for a bad man. You support these people.
So, and I can't help but, I get chills I can't help but think of the fact that, the big three we promised Nick Kayal that today, Dan and I said, we promise. Well, he has to leave here by 10:10 sharp.
Yeah, waste more of money.
Because you're spending time with your little girl.
Call it what you want.
And as a dad of, twin daughters, this especially has to speak to you to think about these predators seriously lurking. And that's why Nick wants to get out of here, to be with his, you don't want to let your daughters out of your sight.
Well, that's why I did the big take yesterday on all the illegal crime that has been committed by illegals with the influx at the border. Yeah. Remember the one in North Carolina where the guy's driving a big rig and he smashes into the back of an SUV of a mom with two daughters, and the daughter that was 6, that was a dancer, died. That was like, you talk about hitting home. Like, that could be my wife and girls on Germantown Pike when we're going through Norristown, Venezuela.
Unbelievable. And by the way, you can take clips of all of this when your daughters in a few years, they want to go out with their friends or whatever. You could show them and say, this is why, I just want to, protect you.
Yep.
I trust you. I just don't trust your friends.
That's right.
That's the line I give to you.
And any boys they end up dating.
That's right.
I'm going to interrogate every one of them.
So, big three, number 3.
Oh, no. What do we have?
So, is this Nick Kayal on the golf course later? Is this exclusive video? No.
Depends if it's a bad shot. It's definitely me.
It's not really. It's just not Nick having fun on a golf course, but rather a police chase. We take you to Summit County, Ohio.
Okay.
Look at this. Check it out.
He's coming right at us.
Oh, my God.
Can you imagine?
Golf cart, cop car, and a runaway van.
This is not Bluebell Country Club.
Is that Dawn in the minivan? In the Honda Odyssey?
I love the golf cart follows the chase.
Look at that. They're going right over the course.
This is crazy.
Multiple cop cars. 3, 4, 5. Right down the fairway.
It's like Dukes of Hazzard Golf Course Edition.
It looks like Trump's getting a Secret Service escort to the 18th green.
Oh, my goodness.
Well.
And so this is Ohio, Summit County. Yeah, little Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah.
Maybe that's their claim. They finally, in this whole thing, and by the way, some of it was captured on Ring camera footage as well, but
sure.
39-year-old Julius Edwards wanted in connection with an attempted murder probe in Canton, Ohio, by the way.
Oh my
God. Police are saying this guy fled the officers in a Kia Telluride.
Yeah, it's usually a Kia.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Runs a red light.
Does he? It looks like he rolls his vehicle.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, it ended up in a serious crash, injured people.
Beautiful community.
Actually fired shots at the pursuing officer.
Oh, that's firing.
Holy moly.
That's firing.
Yeah, he took that Telluride first, fired those shots, and then
yeah.
it's like Grand Theft Auto done.
Well, now he can tell his inmate buddies about the ride that he took the Telluride on.
But Dan, the minivan is not me. It's a carjacked minivan, right?
Yeah. So he crashes a Telluride into a couple neighbors, which we actually have footage of, who tell their story.
Yes.
Then carjacks a minivan. It continues to chase through a golf course, which we saw earlier, and then it ends there. What you see here is a police officer's body cam footage. He's making chase, and he jumps out of the car just in time for that minivan to come T-bone him. So he jumps out of the car here, and now watch. Just seconds later.
Oh, God.
Here comes the car, and boom.
Oh, my God. He would have been dead.
Yep.
8 seconds later, if he's 8 seconds slower, he's dead.
My God.
Yeah.
Yep, that was right into the passenger door.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, so here's some neighbors who had stuff to say, and they talked to the golfers, too, who took the video that we saw earlier. Take a
Police
listen.
say it all started at this home in Canton Tuesday morning, where this man, Julius Edwards, tried to kill his girlfriend.
My daughter, she was stabbed.
Later that afternoon, flock cameras more than 30 miles away in Hudson spotting the 39-year-old wanted for attempted murder in this Kia, sparking a chase that ended in a crash along Terex Road.
We have a black male, black hat, shots fired.
Kind of watched it all play out in front of us. It was wild.
Samantha Hicks and her daughter, one of several cars caught in that crash.
We heard the gunshots, but didn't realize what it was.
That would turn out to be the first crash, as troopers say Edwards ran into the woods and then turned up an hour later in a carjacked minivan. That police chase continued into Stowe.
Holy he's coming right at us!
And throughout the fairways, rough, and cart path at Fox Den Golf Course.
What is happening?
I've got a minivan on the 7th fairway. Can you confirm?
Joe Messina and Logan Congrove won't forget.
It was coming right at us, too, and my girlfriend was driving the cart, and I was like, you got to move the cart. We got to move off to the left. I thought he was going to flatten either my cart or Joe's.
Well, I'm glad we were able to get out of the way and come out unscathed.
Unbelievable.
Oh, my God.
So this guy, I was trying to look up this 39-year-old.
Yeah.
They had a mugshot on record for him, which tells me this is not his first brush with the law.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's safe to assume.
So this guy, reportedly, paroled career criminal. This is another blue city. This is Cleveland, Ohio area.
Oh.
Here we go. And so thank God that this woman, you hear this terrified woman calling 911, concerned about her daughter and a domestic, what have you, in an attempted murder. I don't know if it was, I don't know how that all started, but in any event, career the same old story,
Yeah,
in other words.
Absolutely. Somebody that should have been locked up, the key thrown away many, many years ago, many, many priors ago. But he got a 43rd chance probably, and now hopefully he'll never get out again.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, because of his past convictions, out on parole.
People can change, Dawn.
So thank God that nobody on that golf course, they have a great story to talk about, and we can joke about it, Nick Kayal. But we hope you have a beautiful day. Protect your little girls. Have a wonderful weekend.
I'm going to have to start a GoFundMe for softball. Unlike Carmelo Anthony, I will use it for the allocated reasons.
Yes. Amen, brother.
All right. See you
We
guys.
got that going on. Yes. So Friday, we have so much in store. And by the way, coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, I hope you stay right there because Rich Zioli will be joining us. So that'll be fun with Zioli. We'll go through some of today's headlines. So that'll be good. We'll go through more of what is breaking, what is happening. We know that the preliminary hearing, obviously, for the accused killer in the Charlie Kirk case, again, that resumes at 11 a.m. So we'll, maybe we'll be taking some of that live. So we'll kind of intersperse, right, Dan Borowski? We'll go through the breaking news of the morning. We've got a ton of Trump news for the day as well, not just today, but what we'll, recap, if you will, what's going on with Iran, what's going on with Trump. Never a dull moment. Dan, do you remember the days when we would have those slow news days?
Oh, yeah.
And we'd have to plan ahead. Mm-hmm. We'd have to think, like, it's the big All-Star game coming up, the All-Star, game and the program. It's coming up Tuesday and the PA Convention Center, all that good stuff. But we would be doing a lot of featurey light stuff.
Yeah.
And trying to kill time. That never happens. We're just basically trying to cram in everything.
It's nonstop, Dawn. Today with the Charlie Kirk hearing, I have something I want to drop on both you and Rich. Because this is something that's been on the cut sheet for the Kayal show all week. You guys haven't covered it, but Rich was having some libertarian bones inside of him. I'm curious what he thinks about these new flock cameras popping up all over the place.
Flock.
Yes.
Flock.
Yeah, what do you think I said?
Flock. I'm just making sure.
Okay, we're clean, we're
a clean family show. So we should create this as a segment. Dan's cut sheet leftovers, perhaps the leftovers of the week, or Dan and Greg's. We could just do a combo deal. Mm-hmm. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
But flock cameras.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yep.
Did we ever, one of the leftovers, did we ever get to the story of Black English?
You did.
Did we do it?
At one point during the Kayal show.
There's so much. But
we can definitely revisit it. Yeah.
Okay.
We talked about the article, but there was an NPR report where they talked to the person who's pushing for this. There's no video accompaniment, but we can probably get into that at some point with Rich.
So we'll get into that. There's a lot. There's Florida Man. I'll just make the reference. All that. So, and the reflecting pool... let's say it sounds weird to say this, the reflecting pool perp or alleged perp makes a plea in court. So we'll get to that one. That's another headline. Scott Besson, I always love him. I think he's an all-star, if you will. That's what we should do, Trump's all-stars. Who are the all-stars?
I got one for you coming up on the Dawn Stenslin show. Yeah, today at 10:40, Steve Quirk. He's the chief brokerage officer over at Robinhood, and you've heard Robinhood in the news a lot in the past week because they were very helpful in setting these new Trump accounts that Trump unveiled earlier this week. So Steve Quirk, the chief brokerage officer, will join us to kind of lay out the details of these accounts, how you can get involved, and how this business Robinhood helped to get this going.
That's our tease. So stay right here, buckle in. Thanks for being here on this Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let me know if you're flooded out where you are, because I know it depends on where you are, but we do have these flash floods again, so be warned. And by the way, today and tomorrow, unfortunately, not the best beach days, but Sunday, if you're looking to plan things, Sunday actually looks to be the best beach day. So Dawn and Dan, all of us, Jimmy Kelly, great to be here with you on this Friday as we come into a TGIF 855-839-1210 WPHT. We will be right back.